How tall is Torek?
Little.
Torek, he's 2'2".
That's what I thought, but
2'2". That is
Thought you
so
were like 2'6". Is Oryx
2'2".
2'6"?
no, Oryx is 3
That's
feet.
3 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. Technically
Jeez,
tall.
did I write that down? I did.
Yeah, and Torek is actually outside of the range based in Bolos, but that's fine. So that's literally means he weighs
Is
27 pounds.
4'3".
Inks is 4'3", almost fully double Torek's height.
Wow. Fascinating.
That's a crazy image. Like everyone else
Wow.
in scale with Torek, okay, everyone's like hanging out at
Just-
close to 6 feet, more or
Yeah,
less.
It's the Hobbit like juxtaposition, right? It's just
Yeah.
we're all in No, we're in background, they're in foreground. But then
Yeah.
Torque is even further in foreground.
When we were at the carnival, I was thinking of trying to get Torek to do the three-legged race with me because I felt like we'd have the best chance with how our sizes compare. But now knowing our actual sizes,
That probably would have been
worst
more
of both.
obstructive than Torek just grabbing someone's leg.
yeah, exactly.
Hey! I did
It's really
a three-legged race with Mel,
You did?
and as I recall, did better than Mel.
Yeah. Yeah, Torque carried us through that.
It was your
somehow.
What happened last time? I also don't remember.
The only thing I remember happening last time is we cleared out the rest of these caverns. We found a bunch of rooms full of treasures, such as emerald treasure chests and stuff, as well as a big treasure hoard room, which had a crab that we attempted. Or I'm not going to say we because I didn't engage with this, but members of the party attempted to communicate
It was
with.
not an attempt. We communicated. We established a dialogue. He's just a crab and he likes to roll the coins down. So that's what we left him to do.
It's honest work.
Yeah. Important to him.
Right. And I think the last thing we did was select magic items. I don't know if a rest was in order. I think we might have taken a rest, a long rest.
Yeah, we took a rest
Yeah.
so that Hyacinth could
Recast the water
identify
breathing.
everything.
Oh yeah, and that too.
I would add we also found some sort of record room. We found like an office that had records that confirm that the water elementals moved in and took over from the original fire owners. There was also a mask shaped like an owl with brownish feathers that was found in the same office. And then we found the treasure room. And also the Tritons left. We didn't like kill everyone.
Yes, that's right. While we were clearing things out, the Tritons we took a rest. They tried to get the door open. They kind of gave up, probably realized that their boss just fucked off after we defeated him, and they followed in turn. Except just instead of plane shifting, they walked out the front hatch.
You guys left the mask behind, right?
Yes, I believe so. Unless somebody took it.
The owl mask? I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think anyone had grabbed it. I was just wondering. Yeah, that is pretty much exactly where you are. You guys have had a long rest. I'm saying that as if I had these were the things that I did know. The things that I was wondering about was like the mask and briefly the crab, but then I saw the crab still on the map.
Doing great. Best life.
So you guys are still after your long rest, and probably like with little to no light coming from the shaft above in the cliffside this fortress is built in. You guys have picked out some things and what would you like to do at this point? Having completed your contract successfully.
Well, yeah,
I
we
guess you
should
don't.
probably get out of
Crap.
here pretty quickly. The Sparky wanted us to get out of here as soon as possible. So.
Do we want to go at the top, or do we want to swim back to the surface?
We might as well fly out. That might be a little bit quicker.
Safer.
I can certainly get a few of us flying. Okay, who wants to fly?
I can
How
make
many-
3 of us fly.
Inks will raise her hand and just kind of jump giddy.
How many people do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you can make 3 people fly, I can make 3 other people fly.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay.
Who wants mine?
Zap, zap, zap.
Everyone's flying. Yay.
Okay. You can single file lift yourselves up through that tunnel. Above, you begin to who's going first?
I'll go
I'd
first.
probably go. Yeah.
Okay. Oz, you begin to see before anyone else the graying sky of what is very likely the dawn. Just some specks of light as stars above you. Between iron bars, there appears to be a heavy metal grate that is within the rock, maybe 10 feet below the surface of the the end of the tunnel itself. Like wedged in well. It's possible that at one time this may have been like a smoke outlet, and the bars are clearly there to prevent things from climbing down.
How the fuck did Owl get out of here?
And this shaft that we're going up, what is it? What's it made of? What's it look like?
This is more of the like tunneled rock that has been much of the underground that you've been in. So far, I think you guys have been able to piece together that at one time this was sculpted by earth elementals, and then lived in by fire and by the fire elemental who owned it. So this is still more of like that smooth surface of stone.
Okay. Flying just beneath the level of this grate, I will pull out my lyre and I will cast Stone Shape and just clear enough of the stone away with it so that I can move this grate.
Actually, that rules, and it is iron, but it does like cave around the like the wrought stone around it, so you're able to pry it out and then move past it. Cool. And then 10 feet beyond that, there is the top of the dusky cliff that you had seen from the boat. You're about 30 feet ish above sea level. It's not an enormous cliffside, but it is still a noticeable drop. There is 15 feet away from you a figure that is laying wrapped in a dark cloak next to the embers of a fire that seems to be sitting cross-legged with their head bowed, wrapped in this cloak.
All right, I will walk around and see if this is Owl or someone else I recognize.
Getting closer, that
Mhm.
seems pretty identifiable. They seem to be much drier now, and the patchwork of the cloak seems more identifiably tawny feathers, which more closely resemble the mask that was seen down below. Their eyes are closed and they are bowed in meditation.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep an eye on them.
If you say nothing else, I'm assuming then everyone else will make their way up. So everyone else can drift out of the tunnel and see Oz over this hunched figure.
Well, I mean, I'm not hovering over them, but I'm giving them their space, but I'm keeping an eye on them.
Right.
Yep. I'll follow Oz.
Yeah, second everybody lands, he's like, well,
Can we see the
hello.
boat from where we are?
With the sun coming up, let me think. Directionally, probably like some of the forms on the water, and one being a little closer, presumably your own.
So do we just cast it again and go to the boat and leave this situation here?
Guess what? Do what?
Fly again and just try to get to
Well,
the boat.
I will not be able to cast fly again. I have but one slot of that level. But I could do it on 2 people once more. The question is can we trust that? I am not sure. The question is can we trust that Owl will not go back into the hole and pilfer the treasure we said was safe now? Or should we wait and have another conversation with them?
Well, if we leave, they're definitely going to go in the hole and take what they want.
They
So,
told us that they were searching for a staff, a wooden staff. It may be the Dreamwood that she was after, but there is another staff in there, one that can be used to seek out Fey crossings, portals
This
into
one?
the Fey world. Oh, I did not realize that you had taken it.
Yeah, I was going to take the candle, but I changed my mind.
Okay, I am less concerned now.
so
We
Real
could also
quick,
fill in that hole, like block it up.
they
Are
can
you-
still swim around.
are you guys speaking at regular volumes, or are you talking quietly?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, no.
So you're
Or
talking at
this.
regular volume?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. It's good context for me.
Mhm.
Now, given that information, I don't believe Owl is here to pilfer for treasure, so she may go back in the hole, but I don't think she will be. She is looking for things that are not there anymore. But I just
We
want to
hope.
leave it to you whether you think we should.
And
We
This
we
is
just kind of
assuming
can't take that chance though, because the contract says we got to make sure it's clear.
Oh
Right.
shit. Which okay, hang on.
At this point,
Contract.
she is stirring.
And also, this is the
Better that than me
presumption.
poking her with a stick in a second.
We did make sure it's clear. I don't think we were hired to maintain security until it is handled again.
Yeah.
But I don't know if her still being here is clear.
Yeah, it feels like maybe we need to
Sure along.
or just remove her physically from this place, and then whatever she does after that is her business.
Sounds sort of like kidnapping.
I mean, it's not like it's just like more like a catch and release kind of.
She's not a kid.
Or
Also, right there.
More of an
Also-
arrest, I guess.
I mean, that's
There
presuming...
does have to be some sort of time limit on how long we're expected to keep it clear, because it's like a week-long sail back, right? No, not a
Yeah.
week long. It's like 3 days back.
I
All
think we
kinds of
have to
stuff could happen.
do our utmost to ensure that, to the best of our knowledge, the hoard is secured, which we have not done yet, but we could do easily with some negotiation. Maybe not easily, probably not easily, but you waking up there, Al?
Their head has been like pivoting towards each of you now for like, at least 30 seconds.
Hey, sorry.
What do you want? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you to leave so that I could move without being attacked.
In what direction did you intend to move?
Back down the hole.
That's what we feared.
Is this what you're looking for?
No.
How about this?
Yes.
That's
that
what I
simplifies
thought.
things.
You shan't be getting it, so you can probably just head on home.
Is there a reason why?
Because I have it.
Do you like something for it?
No, certainly not.
So since they have what you want, you probably won't be going back down, right?
Yes.
All right, problem solved. We can go. Just me? Okay.
I mean, it would be nice, but they could be lying, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
About what?
I mean, if you were like, yeah, no, that's definitely what I wanted right there, and then it's not, and you just went back down in the hole and got what you wanted.
It is what I want, though.
I thought they don't lie.
Right, but wait, what?
the
Anyway,
whole party starts
hey.
laughing.
She's
what?
right. She's right.
Al, do you fly?
Yes.
Okay, our ship is over there. How about we continue this conversation? The stick won't be down there. We can all go home. And you can continue this conversation not here.
Okay.
Wait, you can't lie at all?
Not directly. It's deception, but not lying.
Huh.
Yeah, everywhere else in the world known as lying.
It's
Understood.
obfuscation, which is like lying, but not lying.
It's all
Yes.
it's lying with extra steps. Can we fly?
How far away is the boat?
It's like 200 feet out from where you are.
Well,
Oh, I'm
okay.
sorry, Doug. That was not
Wait.
deliberate.
I can make 3 of us fly, and then we can fly very slowly, carrying the other 3.
Well, I can make 2 people fly again.
Oh.
It's just
Okay,
levels.
I can,
Torque,
I can make
I
myself
will
fly.
immediately start climbing up Haza.
Okay, I didn't, wanna. I'm glad you made the decision.
Now, Owl, if you're in need of transport, I'm sure we could possibly help you out with that. But you are not getting the staff. There is no negotiation that will lead to that happening, which leads me to believe you may attempt some type of theft or sneaky killing, and I don't really think that I want that on the boat with us.
Gosh, I thought I
Fair.
was the only one
Yeah.
who thought about that.
Understood.
Will you try to steal it on the boat?
Perhaps.
Right. Okay. I mean, that's just you would have just said no if you could. So since you didn't say no,
It would.
basically
The
yes.
answer would be no if the opportunity was not appropriate.
Right. That's a complicated way of saying yes with extra steps.
Should the opportunity not present itself, I should not be stealing it.
This is fascinating. Do you all work like this? Hyacinth, is this like word games? Is the whole thing?
Very much. It's
It's
very
like a
political.
it's like a part of I was gonna say our culture. Your culture. Can
Can
you
we get to
lie?
the boat, please, and send this person on their way,
There
please?
is something that remains down there that does belong to me, that is my own. I would like to get it back, but if, again, it is a threat to my life to
Okay.
try to retrieve it, it will not be missed so severely.
When did you lose it?
When I was captured.
By the the I can't remember what his name is.
Elric.
It's
Yeah.
likely the mask that we saw down there.
Right, but if it was not a part of the horde prior to
Our signing of the contract.
the contract being made, yes. Which it wouldn't. When did you get captured, Al? I mean, you were being drenched, so I assume recently.
Correct.
Okay.
How recent is recent?
This is important.
I saw the sun, I believe, 4 days while I was down there.
Okay.
It took us 3 days to get down there, and we sat in town for a couple days, so that's pretty sure that's after we took the contract.
Do we really want to be splitting hairs here? I mean, I could review the contract again, but I would advise heavily against taking anything else. Granted,
If-
that isn't our problem because
if you-
it's them, but you
If
guys
you
were
have
hired to
taken
do
a-
something.
If you've taken a contract with one of another plane, I would recommend that you follow it as closely as you can for your own safety. If,
Yes.
again, my request breaches that contract, I can respect this.
It probably would.
Fair enough. To the boat.
Yeah. You can maybe
Who's-
negotiate with them, but
They
Who
look
besides you
disinterested
is
and
coming
shake
for
their
this
head.
staff? Who besides you is coming for this staff?
I only knew it to be me.
You told us you were getting it for someone else, that you wouldn't tell us who it was. So you just lied to me. It's not only you. You're getting it for someone else. Who is it?
He would not come for it.
Would they send someone else for it?
Only if I perished.
So you won't stop coming for this staff unless you're dead.
May be the case that I may be given other instruction.
And this is basically the same situation I was under.
great.
Is there a Fey crossing within 60 miles?
No.
Damn it.
I mean, I could.
Solve this problem real easy.
Do you want me to just send you home right now? Because I could do that.
That would be convenient for myself.
Then probably not, huh?
It would be fine.
Well,
said
no,
you
Well,
as
had-
the
in,
issue,
like,
the
if you're
issue,
gonna, yeah, the
yes.
longer it takes you to get back to report to then be sent back out, the assuming we're gonna have to be seeing you again,
Oh my! I mean, look, we got two real choices. Well, three. We all go to the boat, and Owl tags along, and that is a problem for Hyacinth and Owl. That's option one. Option two, you send Owl home. Owl gets home, does whatever Owl's gonna do at home. Three, we send Owl somewhere other than home. That's a euphemism, by the way. I'm suggesting that option
Yeah.
3 is
Yes.
Owl dies. Option
I
4,
mean-
I guess we all wait here until we all die, which is closer for some of us than others. So I vote not that option.
Al,
the
I'm sure you
interest-
can understand how it is the correct option that we should not let you return and report that I am in possession of this.
I am in understanding.
Very well. Is everyone else feeling up for a fight?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
This one's gonna be for free. I don't even have to worry about spiritual repercussions for this one. I like it when this happens.
And there's a solid reason that we're not just sending Owl home. I'm just clarifying this before this gets jumped
well,
off.
it's sort
Because
of Hyacinth is taking the
Yes,
most rational
dangerous
approach.
to allow Owl to return home and report to their higher ups that I am in possession of this, because that would just mean that we are beleaguered by other agents sent to take it.
Oh,
If that's-
Hyacinth,
if that's
you
okay.
are assuming
Yep.
that they didn't already send a message to
Yes,
whoever
yes.
they
I mean,
are employed by.
That crossed my mind, of course, but that either has or hasn't happened. If it has, then oh well. If it hasn't, then we nip it in the bud. Either
Is there-
way,
Is there any value in taking her prisoner and handing her over to your higher ups along with the staff?
that is certainly an option. I just have no idea how long it will be that we would be holding her prisoner, and we aren't exactly equipped for long-term internment.
Oh, the
Well,
it's
Your staff, it's your call.
yeah, it's your call, Hyacinth. It's
Well, I do not mean to force you into a confrontation if you do not believe it is worth the effort. If I
I
am to be
mean-
traveling with you longer, avoiding more combatants or attacking us in the night.
it's as much as I don't want to, I can't fault your logic, and also it is your
I don't mean to sound rude, but like, you've got what you came to this plane for. How much longer are you planning to travel with us? I thought this was like a super big deal, you need to get home type of thing.
There
I'm
are
not trying to shoo you out or anything.
You have a
it's
good
just,
point.
it's
There are more
what you
constraints
suggested
that
to
you
us.
are unaware of, and I cannot inform you in front of present company.
fair.
I will be
okay,
happy to do so later.
yeah,
Oh man, I'm right here. You're saying this in front of me? No.
yeah. So, well,
This is not likely to be an easy confrontation. If any of you are unwilling, I am okay with letting her go. I just want us to all be in agreement. I would like to act as a team here.
fair enough. Do you want to put it to a vote then? We might tie, but we might not.
I would
I'm
prefer it to
com-
be unanimous. If there's anyone who would prefer to let L be,
I personally don't want to fight, but I will.
I don't care. It's not going to be my throat being slit. Although that might be a bit of paperwork if no, wait, it's you. Never mind. I'm completely indifferent.
Thank you.
That was a really weird thing to say, Mel.
Has-
We
yeah.
gotta work on that. We gotta work on you a little bit. There.
Al, what are the terms, Al, of your mission here? You need to report back what happened when?
1 second. This is not me pausing. I have to burp. Okay. All right.
The other thing, if I remember what you said correctly, with that other thing that you banished, Haza, she just shows up somewhere, right? Al just shows up somewhere in the Feywild. Do I understand you? Like that?
I mean,
We have no idea how long it could take them to get to their boss from there.
yeah, as far as I know, it's just somewhere there. I haven't seen it, I guess, so just wherever they're from.
I'm under
So-
obligation to report when it is within my capabilities to report. Perhaps it should be stated with more clarity that the timetables of my lord are perhaps more vast than the perceptions of the people of this plane.
In other words, were you to stay here, you could stall and still be within the letter of your contract.
I think more so that their lord is just not in a great rush. Their plans will not come to fruition
Mm-hmm.
in the next month, per se.
He has a sense of urgency, and the first more real expression kind of crosses their brow as they say, but that is still yet out of his hands.
I suppose he has already obtained Midwinter.
They look confused, and she says, I did not know.
Oh,
Did you know he was looking for Midwinter?
Oh.
I had a suspicion.
I had already mentioned it down in the caverns.
So,
If it is agreeable to the rest of you, I am content to just watch my back much more closely and avoid a confrontation here.
per the letter of your contract, if we enter into contract with you to let you leave, go back to your lord, report, will you warn us?
I do not think that that would be advantageous to me.
If it means reporting
But
to your lord or not.
it is the case you have provided me with something very important, both in the case of my survival, my life, important information regarding myself and my purpose. I should be generous in interpretation of the favors you ask.
If we are to assume that you have already, actually better to ask then, have you already contacted your lord since you came topside, or since you were in that chamber?
It is not within my ability.
Did he explicitly state to you that he would be watching in any way?
It is not within his.
So we're in information blindness here. Granted, odds are good eventually we'll have him after us anyway. So we have to weigh, is it better to let you go and have warning when somebody's about to take a shot at us, or to kill you and not have any warning at all.
The consideration you are taking for the next potential few moments of my life is not going unnoticed or unthanked.
I'm glad. I'm trying really hard because it's Hyacinth is right for most of even the right reasons here, but just if we can get something tactically out of you that makes this advantageous to us in some way.
I do not believe our group wishes to be executors. I certainly do not wish to put that on any of you. And while it would be advantageous to keep the information here, I do not think that it's worth turning us into a blade of judgment, or deciding this person does not need to live because it would be advantageous. I would vie that we let them go and deal with what comes from that.
Anyone not okay with that? Okay, great.
Al, do we need you
Back
to
to the
swear
boat.
something, or
I'm in comprehension of what you are asking.
I think is that the best we're gonna get, Hyacinth?
Yes.
Okay.
They settle themselves back onto the ground and pull her cloak a little bit closer around her shoulders and watch you all for the time being.
Okay. Let's go.
Yep. Hang on, Torque.
I'm just gonna kind of pass Al and say a word to the wise. If you go back for your mask, don't take anything else. Everything's super cursed down there.
They look around on the ground for a moment and pick up a couple of twigs. Hold up a finger to you for just the kind of the universal, just one moment, and pull a long blade of grass. Tie this little bundle of twigs together in almost a triangular shape, and then hand it to you.
Wow. Thanks. Does it do anything?
Not if you don't want it to.
Okay, well that's especially cryptic.
We don't got forever, Inks.
Yep, sorry, I'll treasure it forever. See
We're
you
only
later.
gonna make it like halfway, I think.
Okay.
Is everybody flying off?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Okay, I'm gonna wait there as everybody flies off.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna say, look, I hope you have a wonderful life, and I just want to let you know you are not going to like it if you and I see each other. And I'll take out my lyre and use it to cast fly and fly over to the ship.
Okay. All of you get on a boat.
Wow, they waited for us.
What? They were
Yeah.
hired to do that. What are you talking about?
I know.
True, we paid good money.
We did pay
How
good money
long?
for it, but still,
How
you
long would they
know.
have waited is the question.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
how long did we tell them, hey yo, like if we're not back in like X days, just fucking leave. We're not
Probably
coming
only
back.
been like 20 hours or so.
Mm,
If we count all the short rests and the long rest and the traveling.
Yeah, but that's 20 hours on like like a
Oh, I
little
mean,
boat with
yeah.
nothing to do in the endless ocean.
I mean, that's their
I
job.
mean, what do you think? Yeah, I was gonna say, what do you
Yeah.
think they do most of the
The
time?
difference is that most time they're going in a direction. In this case, they just get to sit for a bit
I love
and
that
get
you guys
paid.
are telling like the one person that's been in the Navy. It's like that's their job. It's like holding against me that I'd never been on a boat.
I mean,
Thank you for your
none
service.
of us, none of us knew that. So you,
I don't know how much time you spent on top of
I
the
was
boat.
gonna say,
Maybe you spent all your time down below in the boat.
Yeah.
Now we know it was none of your time.
Yep.
Apparently, you were a rigging boy for the Navy, which I didn't realize is a thing.
No, I was a sand sailor. Okay,
all
moving on.
Yeah, yeah. All right. As you approach, obviously there you can hear as you get closer, the calls from the lookout on the incoming um, flying creatures. And as lanterns are lit to give them a little bit of guidance, you are recognized, and a place on the deck is cleared for your I guess landing, but I mean, it's not like you're needing a lot of space. Someone reports that they will inform the captain that you have arrived and duck duck off. You have your own space and the not particularly private quarters of the hold where you have your hammocks to take advantage of however you see fit as the sun continues to rise.
It feels so good to be dry.
Mhm.
Just to breathe dry. I didn't realize we were breathing wet, but now I can feel the difference. Even when it was dry down there, it was damp. Kind of cold. I mean, cold for you, but
Yes. Now that we're back, well, out of there, would it be possible for us to? Are we in a place where we have like a little bit of privacy?
Not really. I think you could find a way to make privacy either by hiding in the hold and putting up the bubble, or moving onto the deck and putting up the bubble. Both things will be suspicious, but that's really the only privacy you have on this vessel.
Yeah, I don't think the bubble really like protects against sound at all, though.
do
Does
you
it
want to stand
not?
huddle or?
No, I mean it's just opaque.
Have I been playing this game so wrong?
Yeah, I mean it
Yeah.
doesn't say anything about sound. Like it just says that the dome is opaque from the outside and transparent from the inside.
Oh my god.
Have you been using the
I mean, I have not.
tiny
It's just
hut
been my
as a
presumption.
cone of silence?
No, like it's just been my presumption that like because you can temperature and light control the space that you could and you can't let like spells and shit go through. I just assumed sound did not pass.
Upon hearing these details about the way Tiny Hut actually works, Oz gets flush with embarrassment over all of the horrible things he did as a teenager in a tiny hut, thinking that no one could hear him.
That is not soundproof.
But are you sure? I mean, my parents were
Man,
just
that's
in
not
the other
military
room.
sanctioned.
Oh no, Oz. Oh no.
Oh my god. Well, now we all know. Okay. Do you have enough like that? I have
Well,
given you the details about the amount of
yeah.
privacy you have on the boat you elected to pay money to be on.
Yeah. I think I am just going to. I'm not too worried about the like crew eavesdropping or anything. Not that I don't think they will, but just that it doesn't really matter a whole
matter
lot.
too much.
You know?
Yeah.
But
we could do a tight huddle.
I don't think there's really a need. I think given everything that happened there, and now that the Dreamwood is recovered, that it might be beneficial for me to speak a bit more on why it is I sought this out, and just my actions in the caverns. Basically, I serve the Green Court, which is separate from the Unseelie or the Seelie or the Summer or any of that. It serves directly the needs of the Great Tree of the Feywild, which is the source of life and creation in that plane, as well as the source of all of our magic. These items that I protect, if they fell into the wrong hands, or the hands that Al served, they can be used to bring down the tree in such a way that would disrupt the entire system that provides magic to the Feywild. It would not just. It is not the same as breaking and allowing everyone to have free access to it. The process in place was set up by the Great Tree itself whenever it created the original Archfey to sprinkle and spread things evenly so that nothing gets overused. If it were to be destroyed, the denizens of the Fae, the laws that govern all of us, would be broken instantly. It would be the case that lawlessness would reign, and the peoples of the Fae would have to go somewhere else for magic, such as here, and I'm sure none of you want that. I certainly don't. This is the crux of the reason that I have been sent after these objects. The reason that, Torek, you mentioned I should be rushing to bring it back. I do intend to as soon as possible, but I've been instructed not to return by any means that I have arrived from. I cannot use any of the paths that I have traveled before. I must find a new path, find a new way. That stick that you got, I think, would be very helpful in that, but I intend to continue traveling with you until it is the case that we come across a fake crossing in a way that would allow me to return this to where it belongs. As for when we were in the temple and I learned information from Owl and did not give it to you, as we discussed earlier, if I say something, it is binding. The laws of the Feywild govern it so. I told Owl that I would keep confidence, and that is not a promise I intend to break. I am sorry if that seemed as though I was not trusting your group. It is just that a promise as such was the only way to obtain the information.
But you do know who they were working for.
Yes, and it is not someone that I owe allegiance to, and it is someone who works against the desires of those I do owe allegiance to.
So if we trust you, you can help us make decisions that will keep us out of their sight as best you can, because you know who they are and how they work.
I have informed my court of the knowledge that I have. Um, I do not wish to be this party's ambassador to the Fae. I only hope that I hope that this type of instance does not occur again. where it is that I have to conceal anything from the lot of you. I like to think that we are a team that can work together.
Out of curiosity, did you not break the promise that you made them when you told your court about who they were working for? Because your promise was confidentiality, and you told somebody about it. That wasn't you. I mean, I'm not judging, I'm just curious as to the
Yeah, this is
mechanics of it.
This is an instance where weaseling around and deceiving in the way that the Fae do can be beneficial. I did not tell anyone back home that Owl specifically worked for someone named this, but I did say that that person was scheming and likely involved.
And without the context they would have, that we would have, they wouldn't know specifically what you're talking about.
Mhm.
Okay. I mean, until we can find the way, I guess it's important to ask, once we find the way home, I assume you leave and you don't have anything else left for you here, right?
Well, as it sounds, there are plans to seek other items, and I do not know that far ahead. I can only act on what I know right now, and um, my primary objective is to protect this until it can be returned, and secondary obligation is to this group that I have laid trust into. Um, should it ever be the case that uh, my first line of fealty intersects with this second, I can promise you I will not let you know. I will let you know. I do not intend to attempt deception. I do not
Unless you
intend to
promise
ever
someone
betray
else you
friends.
won't. I mean, if you
Then I
promise the
just
Green
simply
Court
then I
that
then I wouldn't promise the Green Court that.
Unless you already have as part of your duty. We don't know where you're from or what you've already offered, but that's sort of an open-ended thing for all of us here.
Yeah, I was about to
I'm
say.
I'm a little confused because a second ago you said that if this fell into the hands of Owl's master, they could use it to destroy the great tree, and then you just also said that their master isn't working against your
No,
orders.
their master is. I'm sorry if I was misheard. Their master is working against mine. They have gone rogue, so to say. They have chosen to serve themselves.
Okay, so apropos of nothing to do with Owl, can you give us a list of people who are working against your order's interests? Of people working against your order's interests, of which you are aware.
In no particular order.
Apropos of nothing to do with Owl at all. Just so we have an idea of what sort of entities might be working against you.
Hypothetically.
I think if we are going to continue to travel together, I feel like that's a fair ask.
Yes. Give me a moment. I will gather thoughts on who all would fit that description.
I like reach out to nudge Torque with my foot, like that was fucking clever.
I hate this shit. Just say stuff.
I'm kind of disturbed by how much I'm enjoying it. I think just kick me in the knee if I'm getting too into it.
I kick you in the knee immediately.
Okay. Yeah. Ow, fuck. Fair. Okay.
With my 12 whole strength.
God, you didn't have to angle it up.
I did,
Underneath
actually. I'm down here, your knee's up there.
God, you could maybe punch it next time.
I can hit you with the back of the rifle.
Don't.
Well,
Sorry, everybody. I'm helping Tyler with this.
if that's all, I guess in the interest of transparency, it's my turn. And her hands are in her pockets this entire time.
Only if you want to. I mean,
Wait, hold on. Your turn for what?
Sorry, say that again.
Your turn for what exactly? What?
Well,
I didn't think this was a turn thing.
he's did waste all-knowing question on me, so I think it's only fair that I divulge
Spend.
why he
it
had to
wasn't
ask in the
wasted.
first place. What do you know of the Nightingale?
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
Uh,
Actually, I
the-
don't know why I said that in Torque's voice. I'm sorry, Doug. I said did not hear you.
What do you know of the Nightingale?
Nightingale?
I mean, that's kind of a joke that we've adopted since most people can't say it right, but it's the Nightingale. 2 words. Yeah,
Nothing. Never heard of it.
I kind of
I
figured.
do not know the answer to that, but my expertise in history character might know something.
There.
I'll allow you to roll for that.
I'm not even gonna try.
I don't know shit.
Eh.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
That's Oscar on. Join me in the 13.
Actually, Oz, you have heard this name before. Your context for it is kind of limited. It is a goblinoid thing, but you have not. But you don't know what it is. This is a familiar thing to you, though. The name has come up in your hometown.
It's not really a concern
Come on,
for
come on, Torque. We know this. Let's go. Focus. Sorry,
yeah, it's not
sorry, Doug.
it's no, you're good. It's not really a concern for non-goblin folk. But it's this I find it hard to find the right word because it doesn't really follow any rules of like a disease or a curse, so I just call it an affliction. Uh, Nobody knows how it started really. It could have been, I don't know, some sort of divine punishment or due to magical experimentations or something, but it it manifests differently in different goblins. And for me, it manifested in the abilities that you've seen me do in the past. Um, I'm sorry to be kind of obtuse about this. There's just no real way to explain it well. Um, we're born with it, and it manifests pretty uh, pretty positively. It starts with the hyperpigmentation that you see. That's how they recognize it from birth, and then it turns into things like accelerated healing, um, gifts, affinity for magic, that kind of thing. But that's actually where the name comes from. Nightingale. It means gifted family. It's looked at as a gift, but it didn't take long to realize it comes with some really deadly side effects. Um, it eventually turns really bad, random muscle pain, nausea, generalized weakness, um, then gets much worse. Some people aren't able to move at all. Some live out their lives trapped in their body. Others die in horrific ways. Uh, it's just a matter of time until you succumb to it. Regardless, it's not a very good way to go. And the sick thing is people still think of it as a gift. especially for those that manifest differently than me. Um, there's kind of this going theory that these gifts were meant for us and not for other people. Um, when I heal others, I told you it took a toll on me, but really what it does is it increases or rather decreases the time I have left. And so I had to stop healing in the first place. Um, they see it as us sacrificing our own gifts for the sake of others who don't deserve it. Um, yeah, so as my condition worsened, I decided to sign up with Lauxius because I understand my fate, I know where it's headed, and I wanted something better for myself. I didn't want to die in the ring or trapped in some bed, and so it's kind of why I put that little asterisk on the Revivify spell, because there are better ways to go. Um, I really hoped and prayed for a very long time that I would find some cure for this or some way to not be afflicted anymore, but as this note shows, it's it's not really an option for any of us. That's where Mac comes in too. Mac is so far the only one to have found a way for this to stop, but obviously I'm not willing to go that same route. I should probably be honest too. I commissioned Mac to research this in different ways, specifically in regards to transmissibility. I told him not to infect anybody with it, obviously, but I just figured maybe if we could prove that it can go to other races, then some people might actually give a shit and they might dedicate resources and time to fixing it. But that is a dead end as well. Um, yeah. Um, so that's my dirty little secret.
Who exactly were you trying to have it jump to out of morbid curiosity?
Any other race, it didn't matter which.
Well, you did commission him to research it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And you probably... Was it just to research if it could be transmissible to another species, or did you try and it failed?
Oh God, no, no! I would never ask it to give it to anybody else. I would never want anyone else to go through this. It's just
That statement was
Okay.
unclear then,
Yeah,
because
it sounded like you were trying to purposely have it infect someone else.
no.
yeah,
fact,
because
did
your
say that she
plans...
asked him not to do that, but I mean, it could be possible that a member of another race is already afflicted, and the symptoms are just different in some way, and that's worth researching.
I just wanted to prove that it could be. Even
Mhm.
even like a shred of doubt, I think would have
Mhm.
been enough. And I know what
Why
I did was
does
wrong.
nobody really know about this if you all are... Well, I guess it sounds like not all of you are actually trying to cure it. Sounds like some of your people are not seeing it as a disease or an ailment so much as a boon.
Yeah, but they're wrong.
Well, I mean, it's not that I'm disagreeing with you. I just meant no.
Goblins don't
If
like.
nobody really knows about it, it sounds like other than your kind.
Like I said,
Am I wrong?
no. It's like I said. It's for us, and it's not for anyone else. And so goblins don't generally talk about it. They just make other people think that we're just blessed with these gifts. Um, I mean, there's spellcasters everywhere, so why would it matter specifically where that affinity for magic comes from?
And so nobody knows the origins of this.
Nope. If they did, that might be a way to find a way out of it.
Well, I'm not sure that that kind is how that works. She sort of gestures to herself.
Nobody give us some answers,
It would.
of which we are sorely lacking.
Lynx, I am sorry that you have this affliction. Sorry that it will cut your life not only short, but apparently in unpleasant. Is there anything that you'd really like to do with the time that you have left? Maybe we can make sure that happens.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. What was it that Haza got the answer to then?
Yeah, you see Hazel looks fucking like is looking into the corner just horrified. Like not completely disassociated for the moment.
The answer is pretty simple. There is, short of divine intervention, there is absolutely nothing to be done. So I am stuck.
But Mac found a cure. There's just something wrong with the creation of it.
Mac, ex- uh, Mac experimented on himself and other species. He made himself into a monster, and he killed people in order to do it. Um, so I guess the siren wasn't completely right, but I think the siren knew that I wasn't willing to go to those kind of depths.
That or he hasn't cured it. He's just mitigated it.
Maybe. Which should mean all those people died for nothing. I mean, they already did, but I don't know. It gave me a hope. And now that's gone too.
What was your exact question, Haza? The exact words.
Yeah, Hazel glances over to Inks.
Um, is the actual question on there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Let me pull it up real quick. Okay, from what I remember, because I can't see it right now, it was, what's, how do you fix, oh, I'm sorry, what is the cure for Inks's ailment? And her answer was, and she pulls out the paper. The infection within her blood is now many generations old and may be removed by purest divine intervention. Alchemical and herbal cures may only mitigate pain, but the effect is deeply infused within the creature she and her people have now become. She folds up the paper and she puts it back in her jacket.
Sorry, can you say that one more time? I'm writing this down.
Yeah, sure. Where do you want me to start from?
The answer.
The
I
infection
got the
within
question.
the infection within her blood is now many generations old and may be removed by purest divine intervention.
Maybe removed, you said?
Yes. So Hyacinth, how's that list coming?
Yes, I did not want to interrupt your
She'll wipe a tear
discussion.
from her eye.
You said herbal and alchemical, right?
Yeah, let me pull it up real quick.
Right.
Alchemical and herbal cures.
Okay.
May-
I just need that. Yeah, that's all I need.
Oh, okay.
Alchemical and herbal.
there are a few notable characters who can act selfishly in terms of chasing their own desires before the uh, desires of the realm. Um, the Queen of Air and Darkness, who rules the Unseelie Court, the Baba Yaga, Queen of the Hags, Mother of the Hags. Occasionally, Lord Oberon can be a bit more selfish than is good, and the character which currently weighs the heaviest on me is the Prince of Frost.
And all of these are interested in destroying this tree.
Not necessarily. All of them can tend to work against um, protecting it, possibly, or maybe hope to hoard the power that it provides. It could be the case that the whoever is vying for control now is found some way to hoard the energy without destroying it. I do not know, but they are people that I do not trust and work against those who I serve.
And if the tree is destroyed, all magic in the Fae dies. That would that about sum up the problem? Is that what you said?
I don't know that I would say the Fae dies. More the magic of the Fae dies.
Those are the exact words I just used. Sorry.
Oh,
The magic of the Fae. I may have cut out on my mic.
Mhm.
Sorry.
yes, basically, or as to my understanding.
And if it died, the, shall we say, predators would have to turn towards other planes.
Seek after, you know, fiendish power, or try to take more control of the weave, or some such means. It part of my duties back home are to uh, deliver power from the tree to various archfey, who then dole it out more so in um trained measures. It's part of the hierarchy that exists. The great tree sits atop the hierarchy. Should it fall, all of it crumbles. And so, actors like the Prince of Frost, who view themselves outside of the hierarchy or wish to disrupt it, they are very concerning.
And midwinter, then, would the objective be to destroy something like that?
You mean, would their objective be to destroy Midwinter?
Mm-hmm.
I don't I don't know what their objective is necessarily. Midwinter and its counterpart are essential to some of the ceremonies that keep things. I'm Tyler. I'm blanking a bit on some of the details. Yeah, But each of these artifacts are a piece, when brought all together, have the power to do things that are better left undone. And Midwinter is one such piece.
Okay.
So these things all help you control the tree. But if one person has them all, they can really mess up that balance. Why not just destroy it? Destroy any one of them. Nobody can get them all if they're all gone, right? Or if one of them's gone.
I do not believe it's possible to destroy them.
Anything can be destroyed.
Certain
Anything that can be
artifacts are.
made can be unmade somehow. It may have real specific ways on how it can be unmade, but anything made can be unmade. Hell, throw anything into a sphere of annihilation.
It may be possible to destroy them, but
Yeah.
if they have not been destroyed, I can only assume that there is some great reason why Titania would not have done so.
Fair enough.
So yes, I hope to find a crossing or a way to return this to where it belongs. But knowing what we have learned, that there are machinations, that someone is trying very hard to throw a wrench into operations, is very concerning, and it is concerning for my superiors as well. And I do not know what the long-term uh, assignment for me might be, but I think this is a plot that is a threat to more than just my own plane and my own way of life.
Thank you for telling us the stakes, at least.
Hmm.
Oh boy.
It helps to know the why. The
Yes, it is likely a holdover from my culture that me saying a thing is usually taken as enough. I understand that providing a meaning and an explanation can be helpful, and I wish to apologize for not having made that realization earlier.
Well, I think the thing that threw me for a loop personally was the fact that you, even after learning who Al worked for, still seem to trust them, even though the stakes are what they are and they might be a part of an organization that will
Mhm.
try to disrupt it. Because that was the sort of vibe that I was getting, and you
Yes.
got confirmation of it, yet you still trusted them. Why?
In the instance, I was maybe not thinking as quickly as I would like to have been, but it was not a matter of trusting them in a way that meant that I thought their intentions were noble. It was that I believed what it is they were saying and wished to gather more information before fully denying their request. I had no intentions to just give them whatever they wanted. I was hoping to learn more explicitly what it was they were after, and to discover if it was indeed the Dreamwood. At the time, I did not know for a fact that that was what they were searching for. and was hoping to learn more. And in the end, we did learn quite a bit more. But I am sorry I was not able to explain that in the moment.
And is there any measure that you're going to take now that you know that they know you have it? So you don't
Well,
suffer the same fate as Jax?
I do not intend to ever sleep outside or trance outside of the tiny hut. I I am cognizant to an extent whenever I trance, and it is harder to get the jump on me than it would be if I were fully unconscious. But just, doing whatever I can to ensure that I am not caught unawares.
And knowing how they operate, do you think they would go after the rest of us rather than just you and the Dreamwood?
I think it is likely that they see us as a group, and understand that as such, I am more defensible with a group than I am without. I think that they I think they're unlikely to, take one of you hostage and demand that I trade this for your life or something. Not that that's off the table, but it seems unlikely that they would
I mean, one of
think
us
that it
is
would
not a
work.
good bargaining chip for the Dreamwood, your primary objective. I wouldn't expect you to give it up for any one of us.
And
It would just be a bad strategy.
but it could be the case that they send more people or a stronger force. Though, from what I know, they are not the type to seek a straightforward confrontation either. The Prince of Frost has troops. He does have a standing force. But to openly attack and seek these things in a way that cannot be hidden is possibly playing his hand early.
Right. Are there any connections that the Prince of Frost maybe has on other planes, like allies or anything, that he could leverage for this end by not getting himself or his own troops so overtly involved?
Yes. Generally speaking, I mean, he has no friends. He does not make allies. He recruits to his cause. He has underlings, but no, like, powerful alliances that are known, at least. He is, of all those that I mentioned, the roguest of them all.
Got
Would
it.
he have been the one who sent the things we encountered on the way to the manor? Maybe not to fight us directly, but to intercept anybody headed there.
I will allow anyone here to make a history check to answer that question.
Yeah, if I
Or
guess
Arcana or Nature. An int check is fine. Whoa. Whoa.
Well,
I was gonna say
yeah,
I
if
would
I,
say nature, but that wouldn't be much better.
If I'm not mistaken, we fought Fomorians, right? And their
Uh-huh.
creatures, as well as the that like mirror-faced like
Yep.
green lion thing.
hmm
Would I be accurate in saying that like Fomorians are unseelie and probably more associated with like the Hag's Court?
Very, very likely.
Or more like Shadowfell, actually. That's right. They're banished, if I'm not mistaken. Am I
They've
mistaken?
they I think you might be, but they have been twisted. They are unseelie giants. Oz, if you want to make an int check, I'll let you make whichever one you'd like. You have advantage for this.
And I feel like a lot of Fae bear the sort of markings of wherever they came from, whatever kind of um lord or lady that they serve, and that lion was a little too green.
That one may have just been a fluke of like me doing something kind of fun and a little throw you off your game a little bit. But you're right. And as Hyacinth has demonstrated, that is true. For Mel and Inks, this is kind of piecing it together with the context you have. Oz, you have slightly better context because Oz was able to identify the living house and its potential connections to the Feywild. Um, uh, this likelihood of overlap may have had more to do with the creatures in the forest either being called or placed there in alliance with the house. Maybe not necessarily the um, not placed by someone else to intercept. They were like free roaming and hunting in the area.
Right. And also,
Guard dogs off the leash, kind of appropriately, I think.
and even if it indeed was connected to the whole Baba Yaga thing, um, like there would be no reason for the um Lord of Frost to send somebody to kill Jax to get Midwinter if they were allied. So they're not allied, because if they were, they would have just
That
had
makes
the
sense.
sword.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, is there anything we can immediately do about all this information? Is there a plan of action that you all are going to follow?
And the only plan of action that I have is to continue on the course that we've been on until such time that we uh, come across a Fey crossing that I can use to return this. Um, the Unless I hear something else from Zinnia, then I am on that. You know, my standing orders are to return it once I find a Fey crossing and protect it until that is the case.
And just out of curiosity, do you happen to like not necessarily know offhand, but I understand that the planes are sort of mirrors of another in some way.
hmm
Do you happen to know where uh your higher ups will be, or will we find the first Fey crossing and jump in, and you will travel to your higher ups through the Fey?
I do not know where would be a correlation on this plane to that location. It would be the case that returning to the Feywild, I would be able to find my way to the tree. It is kind of central to the geography there.
Well, this is big. Anybody else have things that they need to get off their chest? Pertinent details to share?
I mean,
Questions, concerns, hopes, dreams, fears?
we already kind of got mine out of the way earlier on.
Is there any progress or sort of heading to your objectives?
No.
Or is it just there are some factors from your past at play that we might need to look out for?
I mean, all of you know about as much as I do, so you know, if it comes up, I guess, but I'm not seeking.
Right. And about that map, Torque,
What about it?
you intend to, use it, don't you?
Maybe someday, but I have something that's before that. He looks pointedly at Mel.
Yeah, are you saying you're gonna outlive me?
No, I'm saying that my oath to you supersedes my desire to follow this map. I keep my word.
I'm not stopping you from doing that.
No, I am. I keep my word. Your name
Okay.
didn't come up in that sentence of 4 words.
Mel, Captain Contract. All you got to do is just go to the treasure or whatever, and then Torque will be bound to follow you, and it'll be handled.
Right.
Yeah.
To this treasure that's on a map that I have,
Right.
that very few other people have ever seen,
Right.
and that I
But
guard very fiercely.
right, but if Mel is like, I'd love to go get the treasure, and that's what she wants to do, then you would be honor bound.
I would be honor bound to save her life by saying you don't want to do that. That place is full of death traps.
Because
there is a reason that no one else has ever been in there.
That's fair. I don't think death
non-kobolds
traps
shouldn't go there. So
Well, if
I
you
see
intend
the
to take
workaround that you're trying for, but it's not a big deal. It'll get
If
found
you-
at some point. If not by me, it'll get found by someone else.
All right. Oz,
Yes,
anything you have that's burning under the surface?
I'm an open book.
Yeah, sorry. Should we not just be looking for the closest way to get Hyacinth back?
Well, we have to complete the contract first, hopefully before any critters
Well, yeah, I
take
mean, we
up
gotta get
residence
back to
from
town,
the thing.
but
Right.
I mean, again, not that I'm trying to shoo you back into the Feywild, but you're carrying around what is essentially a target on all of our heads.
Yes,
Yours
I do. I
First
do
and
agree.
foremost, Hyacinth, and a thing that potentially has the ability to doom your entire plane. So that seems like that should get resolved.
These are great points, but there is no like, we'll probably find one around here. You know, it would just be walking in a direction until, your stick goes burr. But
Counterpoint.
Does it go burr?
Off the western, we are on the western coast of this world,
Mhm.
right? The Sword Coast. Isn't that big elven city like straight out west? You know,
I-
Yes.
Don't know what you're talking about.
there's the big city, the place. Mel, what's the place?
I can't remember for the life of me. I know the one you're talking about.
I figure, I mean, that they've got to have a crossing, right? I did know the name of it because I had a character from there, but
I'm like 80% sure Zira's family was originally from there.
Yes, that is correct.
As it stands, being on the road, moving, taking contracts, gives us the advantage of being a moving target. Divination is not super possible. Heading out to a big civilization with a likely crossing like that is definitely dangerous. It would be safer to try to find you know, something random in the woods. And I think just not staying in one place too long and continuing to take jobs as we need is likely a safer bet.
Hyacinth, need I remind you not to be Captain Contract or whatever? She glares at Hayes. But if we are contractually bound to fulfill something and going into the Feywilds will delay it and time out our contract or break our contract or do anything like that, that would be bad. I
Yes,
feel like
yes.
not
And
taking
I mean, if that were to be
contract
the
work.
case, well, if that were to be the case, then I would have no issue completing whatever obligations we have and then returning to the location afterward.
Are crossings that stable? Do they just stay up indefinitely?
Some crossings are like seriously like falling through a puddle or whatever. There are like stationary portals and shit that do exist, and plenty of places that are like transmutive cities that are places. There's a place that is by day in Faerun, by night to Feywild, I think, and it moves every fucking day. So really, they're just kind of variable. They can be theoretically anywhere. There just has to be kind of a specific reason for them to exist.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I will not jeopardize an obligation made to fulfill one that has no deadline. Urgency is not the same as a deadline, and
It isn't the
should it
same as a
be that
deadline, but it
should it
might
be
shorten our lives if we keep on carrying the hot merchandise, if you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying.
Hopefully no conflict like that arises, but should it, then we will have to adjudicate it in the time. Um, whether it be that, me crossing does not affect your ability to complete the contract or not, it's hard to make a call without having, the circumstances more defined. But I do not intend to cause this group to, break a contract for something that can continue to wait.
Well, that was my point, is I would like it not to wait, because it does paint a target on all of us, because if we are a group and we offer you protection, as you
puts
offer us
anyone
protection,
around us,
yeah,
not just this group. Right
yeah,
now, it's put this entire boat at
anybody
risk,
who is
every
associated with
member
us.
of the crew.
So taking care of this post haste is definitely
I
not
mean, we got a
what I
couple
would.
days to get back to Luskin, but
I agree. I just mean to say that there is no faster way to do it that is safer.
Well, I mean, seeking out a crossing rather than just hoping we stumble upon one during regular work feels like it has a little bit less risk.
Hmm.
I mean,
But
I'm not here
seeking
for
one
the
out
money.
means, finding
Wandering,
leads and
yeah.
asking questions and wandering and being pointed towards probable locations, and all of that is potential for an enemy to be, hearing the rumors and knowing where we're heading. It's a give and take, and
As opposed to following the rumors of where we're going for a job?
that
I
is
mean,
also a fair point. I do not have an answer here.
Well, I suppose we can discuss direction more when we get back to dry land.
For all we know, Loxius will say, "Hey, I've got a contract for you. We need you to head to Astrazalian." We don't know. It's not likely. But my instinct is to keep my head down and continue on business as usual, and wait for another lead or an opening or something to show itself. To be fair, I found the Dreamwood by just taking another job.
Yes. th- The trouble with that is we did leave a witness alive,
Mhm.
and that witness may or may not hypothetically work for one of those people on your list that may or may not be trying to directly disrupt the power hierarchy of the Feywilds because they're outside of it, and we know that they're going to report to that entity, and
Yes,
we
and
also may or may not have seen the results of what happens when that entity knows of a location of something they're looking for. Oh, we should have definitely killed Owl. Oh man, this is gonna
that would have
suck.
been the more advantageous course, but it did not feel proper to execute her, I guess. If she had attacked in means to take the thing, then I would have no issue defending it. But I am a defender of this object, not an executor of all who stand to take it. It's I understand how those are very similar, but it is just a, a quandary on morals, I suppose.
To which I have no room to say anything. Um. Well, I guess we're going to find out whether or not history repeats itself.
Does anyone else have anything they wish to bring up, related or un, to present matters or future endeavors?
I do want to talk to Inks aside from the group, but that can happen
Haza
later.
also wants to talk to Inks aside from the group.
So this is a great time then for me to say, is it stuffy in here? I think I'm gonna go for some air. And
Inks,
so
you
like,
actually
Yeah.
begin to feel the rumblings of like extreme hunger and feel like you haven't eaten very much in the past couple of days.
so this is my curse. Got it. All right. Yeah, no, I'll exit and head for what I assume is the galley.
Sweet.
I'm gonna follow
Will
Inks out.
as will Mel.
As well, me and Hazer are just like,
Girlfriends.
what are you doing here? What are you doing here?
Can I go? I go first, then you go.
Yeah, you can go first, then I'll go.
Yeah,
She'll just kind of like post up in a hallway.
I'll get you.
Yeah, just
Am I,
come tag me out.
am I able to get food? I don't know if there's
Uh,
hours.
you could probably find some standing rations available to you.
Okay, cool. I will take a plate of that and sit down.
All right. We'll take our 15-minute break and be back at 1:15.
Man, the game is afoot.
we are walking back in on Inks trying to catch some air by eating some sausages and bread. Um, and immediately upon sitting down, like you feel your stomach just not just gurgling in hunger, but flipping. You can eat, but then Haza comes down to sit next to you.
Do you want me to come back later, or I could let you eat for a second before
I don't know. Do you mind if I eat while we talk?
Sure. I'll give you a second to. Haza just folds her hands.
Inks is goblin eating right now.
It's just conspicuous, occasionally glancing, just almost in like kind of fascination.
I assume I eat. I almost said eat the plate, but I meant clear the plate.
Yeah, you can get it all down pretty quick. I'll need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, though.
But of course.
Yeah.
19.
Okay. Yeah, you do continue to feel your stomach kind of churn, but you're fine.
Okay.
Do you want me to get you more? Or...
I mean, I'm dying. I'm not completely incapable.
I mean, that wasn't what I meant, but
It's fine. I'm good for now.
uh, uh see Hazel like clearly waffling.
Hazel, you're doing that thing again.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too.
No, not for that too, but I was trying to help.
I don't know. I'd say you'd help more than anyone else has in the past. You got me an answer. It's just not the one I was hoping for.
I'm what I'm sorry for is that I stole your hope.
I don't know if
I
you did. I mean, it was a false hope that I gave myself. It was a band-aid that needed to be ripped off.
okay. It was all I really wanted to say is just that I mean, sorry isn't big enough for the all of it, but I tried to help. I thought I didn't know the context enough to know what to ask or to do it right. So I just
Yeah, well, it was kind of my fault you didn't have the context, wasn't it? You know, none of this is your fault, right? Like you have nothing to apologize for here.
yeah. You see her like kind of shift a little bit. I, I I'm I'm glad that you at least have an answer. Um,
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the shittiest part is knowing that they could have done something, but they still haven't.
yeah. Mel's about to come try to talk to you after me, by the way.
Do you mind on your way out grabbing me some more food?
Yeah, I can do that.
Awesome.
Yeah, she walks over to grab more food. You can see she is just fully like deflated. Here you go.
Thanks. This is not my last request. I'm reserving that.
Okay. Okay. Are you gonna like sit before you do? You're gonna say like, "This is my last request," and then that's gonna be that's how we
Probably.
know, or are you gonna ask it and then later on be like, "Actually, that was my last request."
I haven't decided.
Assuming you don't get eaten by something again.
Hmm. If I do die by being eaten by something, will you promise to tell other people a different story? Because I don't want that to be my legacy.
I mean, do you wanna have like editorial control over that, or do you want me to just make something up?
Seeing as how I'll be dead, I don't know how much editorial control I'll have, so I think I can leave it up to you.
This is like a pre-thing. You write down on a sheet of paper what you want me to tell you to tell them that you died doing, and then
Huh. All right, I'll think about it.
yeah, any old lie will do probably. I could sell it pretty well.
I'm thinking Blaze of Glory. That's where I feel like my heart's at, but I'll get back to you.
Yeah, it's just a matter of like, what did you die fighting, and did you kill it when you went, and what were the stakes, right? You got to make a good story around it.
You're much better at this than I am.
Eh,
Dying, I mean.
thanks. I assume Mel is not going to be much cheerier conversation than me here, so
I
you
didn't
want me to
expect.
right? Okay, I'll send her in.
All right.
Ouch.
Well, prove her wrong then.
Yeah, you see, like Hazel
Bet.
Hazel comes out looking a lot better than she went in, Mel, but still not particularly happy. You're up.
Thank you.
I would lead with going and getting a plate of food and then sitting it down and just sliding it over without any judgment.
Didn't you?
Probably.
I was watching you. Didn't you just do that?
Yeah, but do it again because it's just sort of one of those, read the situation things.
She shrugs and just goes to sit by
Look,
Inks.
you don't. I'm gonna go do fucking push-ups.
Hey, Inks,
Yep.
how are you feeling?
You know, I remember a time when I forced you guys to get me a drink to answer questions. And she pulls out her big cup.
Mel will like unscrew her like water skin and pour some in there.
A little bittersweet. Like it's nice to not have to hide things from you guys anymore, but at the same time I'm expecting pity, which I never wanted.
Why did you? Is it just the pity thing that you were afraid of getting?
Mostly. I don't know. I just don't want you guys to walk around eggshells on me. You never did before, and I wouldn't want that moving forward.
No, of course not. Um, it does feel funny or weird saying that you're not going to get pity from me, but I won't treat you any differently, is what I probably should say.
And to answer your previous question, I feel better.
Good. I
I am
know.
also taking a very large gulp. So I'm gonna make a con save right now.
Another one. Woohoo!
Hey, that's right.
Uh, fair enough. You feel like your stomach's empty.
Perfect.
Well, I did want to bring up an option. It is sort of outside of my capabilities as of right now, but there was something that did sort of pique my interest about the wording that the siren gave.
Mhm.
The sort of alchemical or what
Verbal.
was the other? Yeah. Didn't work, and perhaps the only way to resolve it would be divine intervention.
Mhm.
And if I ever have the opportunity to grab the ear of Yurgle and make an appeal, I could potentially help in that. And I figured I should just let you know, just because, I don't know, you seemed very disheartened by the news. You said you didn't really have that hope anymore of finding a cure for your ailment.
I mean, like I just told Hazel, the problem here is that the gods always had the power to do this. This has been going on for generations, and they've done nothing. So the real question is, why would Yorgel give a shit now?
Well, that is sort of the hmm, the appeal that I would try to make, is that this affliction is not necessarily, especially if we find out that the origins of such affliction are more in line with like a curse, I could maybe persuade him to remove it, as it is not part of the sort of intended cycle of things. But that's going to be a lot of drafting and working on appeals for that to happen, and gaining some magical ability to actually get the message out. But the gods are funny, and while Yergel is mostly indifferent, he is not cruel.
Can can I make a request then?
Yeah?
If you ever do get to this point, you can't just do it for me. It's not enough that it's just me. I
I
can't.
wasn't intending it to only be just for you.
Okay. I just don't want to watch others die while I live a good life.
Yeah.
Of course, you know you may have the rage of all goblin kind on you after. Are you really ready to deal with that?
I don't think that I could be traced back to this curing unless you parade me around like some sort of hero, which I hope you don't do.
I mean, you would be a hero, but I understand the ire that it would draw.
Yeah. I figured I didn't really have an idea about that this even existed until a few minutes ago. So I didn't really, uh, yeah. I also, I was going to pose a separate solution, um, but my primary sort of intended one, if I ever got the chance to make it so, is the one that I think I'm going to stick with. Because I do know of spells that might be able to remove the affliction, but more so by removing you from that body. And since you're not interested in only benefiting yourself, I don't think that that's a good uh, way to go about it.
You want to put me in another body?
Yeah, it's something that some casters can do. I can't, but
I don't know if I like that idea.
yeah, see, that's why I
Mhm.
didn't pose it. I figured I'd offer it up because I knew of it, but it isn't the exactly cleanest way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just need to find a certain druid with flexible morals and a big toothy grin.
We just-
Yeah, so if I am ever able to help, I will attempt to, seeing that divine intervention is the only known way of reversing this. And I don't know. The frustration of the divine meddling in things down here on the material and then sort of fucking off and nobody really caring is common and frustrating sometimes. But it's just the way things are.
Mel, are you trying to give me hope?
I'm just laying out options. If it gives you hope, then I am glad it does.
I'm just saying, I think losing the hope was not worth gaining any new hope, if that makes sense.
Well, again, this is just an option that I hope I get the opportunity to pursue. Not necessarily saying that you should bank your hopes on me, because I wouldn't ask that or tell you to do so. But if it becomes an option, then I will use it as an option.
All right, well, back to hopelessness then. It's okay. That's where I was before.
Well, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it is hard work to get there. Although that is kind of where things were at before. Or rather, a little bit better, because previously stated we didn't really have a direction of where to look for the answers, or you didn't.
Well, I think it's worth a try.
I'll let you know when I can.
I'll be here. Maybe.
Do you need more food? She kind of like looks down at the empty plate.
Yeah, if you're not doing anything right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mel will
we-
do the same shit as Asa. Grab her another plate and head out.
As soon as she turns her back, Iggs goes back to goblin eating.
Awesome. Okay. What else is up? Anyone else got business they want to take care of while you're sailing home? Home's a loose term. I'm comprehensive of this.
Home is not the ocean.
Just so many push-ups.
Anything Oz wants to begin doing or handle?
Nope. I think he's just kicking it after a very rough underwater adventure.
Okay. What about Torek?
I will take one of the days back to summon Pekareva back.
Okay.
Sorry about that, girl. Sorry it took some time, but things have been weird.
And what else does Mel spend her time doing?
Fucking apparently rearranging her goddamn spells. I have so many more spells that I could be using.
I'm not gonna
I'm
lie.
so upset.
I have
I'm
been
so
wondering what the
mad.
fuck has been going on. And Hyacinth, what are you up to?
I think just finding a place to sit and rest and where they can be very mindful of their surroundings.
Okay.
But nothing in particular to do.
Okay. Inks, what about you?
Am I satiated yet?
It, there definitely comes a point where you know you can't keep eating, but you kind of feel sick at the thought of continuing to eat.
Then I'm gonna go talk to somebody about that because this is new and she is concerned.
Okay.
Oh wait, speaking of which, I still do need to attune to my new thing.
Let's
Okay.
all get cursed.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. So I
Joke's
think
on you suckers. I don't have to attune.
He's got a stick.
Do you do this like that same day, Inks? Like it would be a few hours of you kind of noticing these like hunger pains and like cramps and such.
Yeah, probably the same day then. I don't think she'd rest on it.
Okay. All right.
So the first person she talked to is Hyacinth. So she'll go up to him and hey, Hyacinth, when you were identifying the items, did you happen upon any like negative side effects?
Well, I mean, generally speaking, a curse on an item will not reveal itself when the item is identified. That magic is more hidden than Identify peers into, so I would not have found anything like that.
Oh, good. So I should probably go talk to Mel then, huh?
If you believe you are cursed, then yeah, I suppose Mel would be the most likely one to be able to do something about it.
I really didn't want to be indebted to her anymore.
Hmm.
Why?
All
It's
right.
not that bad.
No, it's just Inks doesn't like debts. Stares at Hyacinth. All right.
Another reason that I shouldn't just leave right away.
All right. Yeah. So she'll go find Mel. Hey Mel. Quick
Yes.
question.
Mm-hmm.
How are you with curses?
I believe. Sorry.
Might have to wait till
Spells.
tomorrow, but
Let me see. Do I have remove curse?
It's a cleric
Yeah,
spell,
it is.
but if it's not one you have prepared today, then
Yeah, I can remove a curse. But it'll just break your attunement to it if you can't unattune to it. So you'll still have it, and it'll still be a cursed item.
that would be the case if the curse originates from a cursed item.
Mm-hmm.
is there any way to remove a curse from an item?
Well,
Because I just got this new thing and I really like it. But if this is the price to pay, then I think we understand that I'm not the type who likes to pay prices for power.
right. I believe that I can either because I can dispel magic, but then that would stop the effect of the rest of it, right?
Yeah,
And I
yeah, that
can
was
remove the curse, but that just means you can take off and unattune from that item. You'll no longer be affected by that curse. And if you put it back on, I'll have to remove it again.
Mhm.
Let
Well,
me.
I'd like to stop being hungry sooner rather than late.
Okay. If I can, my next rest, I'll prepare the stuff I need for that, and hopefully be able to do that. Sorry, I was
All
just
right.
checking shit.
If you need me,
Yeah.
I'll be in the galley eating my entire weight in food.
Uh. Right. Wait. Hold on. Before you go, do you did you get attacked by anything specific that you might not have seen us get attacked by? Trigger any traps that, because the curse might just be on you, or has it just kind of started since you touched and attuned to this item?
Um, well, it didn't happen before our last resting period. Um, so I think it's safe to say it's the item, but at the same time, I was attacked by a lot in there.
Yes, but as we're all of us, and I don't think any of us have a feverish hunger. Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get that prepared.
All right, well, we'll see you around. See you
Okay.
tomorrow specifically.
All right.
That's it.
All right.
Gotta get that remove curse up in this piece.
Hey, is there anything you are occupying your time with?
Nope.
Any?
Distractions.
Okay, so no more inquisitions.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, then the next morning, actually that night, Inks, while you are trying to sleep, you are battling the clawing, starving feeling of having eaten nothing for what feels like days. Um, you do not sleep, and you take a level of exhaustion.
Oh, perfect.
Also, I don't know if I made it clear, but my downtime was going to be attuning to the to the breastplate that I got. So
Yeah. Listen,
oh boy.
as will be revealed when I assume the next morning you remove Inks's curse. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, most of these items are not cursed. It is just that Inks toyed with a few different items.
Oh.
Oh
Oh.
no,
Shit.
that's
Mhm.
right.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so
Uh,
the insurance policy on your
Yeah.
contract kicked in. Um, but a remove curse, a blessing of undoing, will remove that bane, and you will not die in a matter of days of starvation.
That's
Oh
good.
my god.
So you're
Choose.
saying I'm still attuned to the item?
That is correct.
Great.
Yes!
Awesome.
My God, they're
And
willing to kill us over that?
uh-huh. The curse was called Famine's Feast, which I thought was
Cool.
cute.
That's cute, man. That's a cute way
Yeah.
to die.
Yeah, you would just be starving. And every time you ate, you had a constitution save to see if you ate enough to make yourself ill. If you were ill, you were temporarily poisoned. And every day that you maintained this curse, you would gain a level of exhaustion.
Until you die.
Yep.
So you're saying I had 5 days to write the perfect story of how I went out.
Hmm.
Yep.
Oh well, still dying.
Just longer now.
Yeah.
On your second day, let's see. There we go. As you are sailing back north and you feel the winds begin to chill just a little bit, your lookout notifies the crew that some 100 feet away, not terribly far, and upcoming, there appears to be the rubble of a sailing ship, fairly fractured and sunken. Sinking ships takes a long time, but they are currently doing so. They are sufficiently out from the coast, but this vessel is seen as going down.
Sorry, how many days have we been sailing back?
This would be day 2.
So we boarded on the 5th. This would be the 7th.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. You sailed for the whole of the 5th.
Mhm.
Now it is the 6th.
Oh, okay.
I see that confusion. My bad. Um, for Haza and Oscaron, you two pick up that there is some consideration between the higher ranking crew members of the vessel, that this might be an opportunity for scavenging. However, you have paid them to remain on course. So ultimately, if you wish to investigate this sinking vessel, that is your call.
What do you think, Oz? Do we risk it, maybe ask for a cut, or just head down, focus up?
Oh, I mean, I don't think any of us are hurting for cash.
I mean, I guess we're assuming there's nobody left alive, because if there
Well,
is, we probably need to save them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's only one way to find out, isn't there?
Yeah.
Do
You
you
need to
go
go.
talk to the captain, or do
You
you
gotta
make
go bother the
personal
first
plans?
mate.
She's not thrilled to see you.
Yeah, we need to talk to the captain.
She rolls her eyes and takes you to the captain's quarters.
Okay, to clarify, next time would you rather we go directly to the captain?
If you wouldn't mind.
Okay, great. Just trying to follow protocol.
Yeah. You can step into Erin or Urid's cabin. Morning, masters.
That felt weird. I guess go ahead and stop and look for survivors in the wreckage.
Pull over if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm guessing your crew would be itching for a little bit of salvage.
It would be an opportunity. However, you have, as I've said, fairly lined our pockets and at no cost to us. This could be a boon, but likely would be less worth the risk in typical fashion.
Well, we're concerned and feel a bit obligated that there might be some survivors on the ship.
If there
What do you
are,
think?
and we
I'm sorry,
Continue.
go ahead, God.
if there are, and we were to bring them on board, we would need to ensure that we have enough to feed them. Seeing as one of your company has eaten through about 3 days worth of rations,
How many days out are we?
we should have another day, perhaps a day and a half, before we make it, given fair weather.
Okay, I can go without food.
Can you say such for as many people who you may potentially be saving?
People can go hungry for a day as opposed to leaving them to drown.
If that is your call, you feel you're able to make, we can certainly provide for at least a vessel to bring you to the wreckage.
Okie dokie, let us go rally the troops. Well, our troops, not yours. Do send
Damn
us
right.
with He did a good job rowing the boat. I did not catch his name though. confirmed him as boat guy in my head, and he did great. Just if he's good for it, just send him with us again.
He nods.
Look, we got a guy for this.
Sure, they'll haul the keel, not the keel boat, the rowboat to the water. Who's all going with your little boarding party?
I'm going over, obviously.
Yep.
'Kay.
Hey
Yeah.
Mel, we might find some corpses, so you're gonna want to write those down, I guess.
Oh, she's AFK.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
I think you're right though. We'll count her on unless
Yeah.
she says otherwise. Is anyone not going? I guess.
Inks protests at first because she's super sleepy, but she willingly goes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're looking kind of rough.
Yeah, but at least I'm not hungry.
You feel bloated as fuck though.
No,
Yeah.
that's gonna make running super fun.
I was gonna ask about that. That wasn't a normal amount of hunger, I assume.
Uh, have you not seen me eat before? I eat in front of you guys all the time.
The
From
thing
what I
is, I've seen
understand,
you
it's a
drink.
very alarming
Okay.
experience.
I've seen you drink a lot, and I kind of figured maybe it was just like a ratio where you were just doing more food this time than booze.
Um, yeah, no, this was very unnatural for me.
Good to know.
All right. You guys are getting 2 rowboats because if you're planning on bringing back crew, you've filled one by yourselves.
Tow one.
Yeah. Takes a little bit of time to row the 2 vehicles out. As you
Clarification. Sorry. Before we jump in a boat and go over to another boat, before we get out of the big boat and into the little boat, maybe we do that thing we did last time where we can breathe underwater.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
Certainly, if waiting 10 minutes is worth it. I don't know how many people over there may drown in 10 minutes.
Well, it won't do any of them any good if we drown, so it's probably worth it.
I mean, do we have
Fair
to
point.
take the 10 minutes?
Yeah, for me to do it, then yes. Okay,
Alright.
well, I'll start casting.
10 minutes is fine. I think it takes probably without urgency about that amount of time to get the rowboats ready. So
Okay.
not an issue for that ritual. You guys can hop aboard. Any other things you want to grab before you go?
I will use an invocation to cast freedom of movement on myself.
Holy shit.
It Haze just like does like a and like gathers it in her hands and then like throws it up around her.
When you said you go, what are you talking about? Like a
Like
magical girl kiss in the hand? What are you
just like
saying?
blowing into her hands, basically. Just like
Oh, okay. All right. Oh man, I'm trying to think of like how this kind of visualizes, but it is just kind of like a little field around you that sort of bubbles just a little bit and kind of smells acrid. Um not necessarily like goopy all over you or whatever, but just like
Mhm.
there's something around you now. Yeah. How long does that last?
An hour.
Shit, dog.
Like it's
Okay.
one of my favorite spells.
All right. Yeah. Sweet. Okay. Um, into the
Uh,
boats.
Hyacinth,
Yep.
you have Gift of Alacrity.
Thank you.
Sick.
Mhm.
All right. You head out onto the on the rowboats. You see this vessel has for the two of you who are equipped with more acute knowledge, significant damage to the hull that doesn't look like splinters and breaks that were like cannonball blasts or anything, but dents and pressure that has caused cracks and fissures within the planking, and that it was almost like not meticulously, but like board by board, the lower part of the hull has been ripped into, and from there it has filled with water and is sinking below the surface. Um, the weight of the water within has caused it to tip to one side pretty substantially. You do see that there are some people who are standing on uh, what would be like the wall of one of the decks at the stern of the ship, the poop deck, and as it is, the ship is tipped at a almost 45-degree angle. So everyone who is there, you can see they've tied themselves to railings and such so that no one slips and falls. Everyone here is soaked. You see that many of the people there are badly physically wounded with with actively bleeding wounds, um, and and what almost maybe looks like frothing venom coming from some of these open gashes. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Actually, we'll go 7. 7 people who remain alive. And as these boats begin rowing closer, one who looks to be uh, a younger looking tiefling woman with like light red skin. She notices you first and has a hand in the air and is waving urgently to you all. You can hear her shouting.
Can we make out what she's yelling?
Very, very apparently, like, help, we're here, thank you, like, please come this way, Nothing beyond the panic beckoning of survivors. Her shouting gets the attention of the others, and all of them kind of rouse and call to you as well.
Hopefully over the ruckus that they're making, I want to shout back, "Were you attacked?"
You probably get closer to like maybe 50, 40 to 50 feet closer before you can hear them well enough and make them out a little bit better. And when you call out to them, she says, "Yes, yes, by a squadron of Chol, creatures from the depths, sort of scorpion, lobster. They're huge. They tunneled through the ship and ate most of the other crew."
Are they gone now?
I mean, we've been here for a few hours. We think so. We used up most of the magic resources we had trying to drive them off, but by the time they had gotten onto the ship, when we arrived to help, there was many who were already left dead.
All right, let's make this quick then.
So you're continuing to offer your service of aid, I suppose.
Yeah, how do we want to do this? I can maybe cast fly on a few of us. We can go over, grab them, fly back over.
Sounds about good to me.
We start sending the rowboat back. I guess the boat we're trailing.
We should, make sure to get all of them into a rowboat, and anyone who cannot fit, we can we can fly back on our own power.
Yeah, it seems like a good idea.
Who's gonna be the third lifter?
Don't look at me. I'm tiny.
Right. I sorry, Oz. I was kind of including you in on that.
No, that's a good call.
I'm mildly strong. I can probably at least carry one person.
Raven, I can carry someone.
Oh, can you could Pakareva can carry how many?
One.
Okay. Do you want? I can make Pakareva fly then.
I have to double check my Graves strength score. I was imagining more along the lines of she's a living pool noodle.
Yeah, we've established she has no swim speed, but she's better at swimming than.
Yeah, I think it's mostly Hayes is afraid of actively
No,
disturbing.
she has an 11 strength, so
Oy.
not great. Never mind. Pekareva is not helping.
She can help you because you're a medium class or
Okay,
small
well,
size.
I'm small, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give fly to I don't know. Torque, you have it, so you can go on Overwatch. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay, Oz, we just hop over, hop back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Y'all be careful, and I'll give Haza and Torek Bardic Inspiration.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you're
let's
flying
fly.
up to get them and then put them on the rowboats, or take them all the way to the ship?
How far is the ship?
The ship is about 60 feet. 60 feet away.
So theoretically, not actually that hard to get them to
Yeah,
grab them.
Just take them to the ship.
Yeah,
Okay.
even with diminished from maybe getting encumbered. Yeah, taking them to the ship.
All right. Okay. As the two of you and Torek fly upwards, you see a couple familiar faces. The tiefling woman that you kind of communicated with, she kind of looks familiar, as does one of her wood elf companions, and
Is this the woman that was asleep? Yeah, okay.
it is not her actually.
It's
Um,
a
uh,
tiefling that may or may not have blasted us.
there is also a Lathandite cleric who is with
Uh-huh.
them.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah.
Are they always just flubbing the adventures that we're going on? I love this fiction.
The three of them, there's the three of them. You do not see the barbarian who was with them. You see an older gentleman who looks significantly like the cleric, who is one of the survivors as well, and then two other people you do not recognize that appear to be crew. You can, provided you acknowledge this provided you do nothing about this recognition, you can easily transport all of them to the rowboats. It's up to you if you do anything different, though.
The recognition is going to be grabbing the or like offering a hand to the tiefling and say, "Try not to blast us this time."
She kind of squints and rubs her eyes and squints her eyes again. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for your help. We'll whatever we can do to yeah,
Oh yeah,
you
this is
can
going to be a very fun conversation when we get back to the boat, but back at the boat.
yeah, of course. One
Oh
second.
man.
Yeah, she begins to untie herself and and go to you, provided again you.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah, you can place her in one of the vessels where everyone else who's in the other rowboat can see her a little bit clearer and definitely have those pings of recognition. Is there anything anyone else does? Torek, if you want to give me a perception check while you're up there.
Ooh.
All right. You're looking for low levels of like below the surface movement, or even like the possibility of waves indicating larger creatures, or even things falling out of the punctures in the ship. But there is rubble, there is cargo, um, and there are bodies in the water, many of them in pieces and pale and bloated already. Um, but you do not see anything jumping out. None of these bodies pick themselves up and claw after you. The threat does seem to have been scared away or satisfied. Unclear.
We
If you
definitely
all,
leave the cleric for last.
he does not have like he looks one incredibly wounded, two does not offer any like form of recognition to. He's also like not looking at really anyone or anything.
He's got
Um,
the shell shock.
yeah, like possibly brain damage as well.
Well,
If everyone is brought over, the others can return to the ship. You've got your 7 salvaged crew, all sickly and wounded and battered.
Oz will do a quick check of those 7 people, and the 3 that have the, I guess, foamiest looking wounds, the ones you described as looking
Uh-huh.
poisoned or poisonous or whatever. I will use all of my lay on hand points to remove poison from 3 people. Just
Okay.
based on the description of what attacked them and the way the wounds look, give it a shot.
Yeah. You speak to them, dress their wounds, and give them reassuring words, and you watch the venom draw itself from the wounds. Sweet.
That was enough to save all of them, right?
I'll say the use of all of this will satisfy the threshold requirement for their death. They'll be fine. They're good.
Okay.
The tiefling says, "Thank you again. We won't be much use as far as providing for ourselves, but honestly, whatever port you wish to leave us at will be sufficient. We'll be fine. Promise."
what not just what happened just then, but since we last, you were being arrested,
The elf says, "We made it to Neverwinter. Got what we had traveled for. We were headed back then south to Waterdeep. And, well, ship travel was fastest. And it's not always safe. Like Alora said, Chul." And Alora will demonstrate between her fingers an illusion of these creatures. Again, like aquatic, aberrant creatures, long claws, venomous tails. Pretty nasty, and fairly. I don't want to say fairly intelligent, but they're like pack hunters. So several of them at once is highly dangerous to like an unarmed crew. Um, Adventurers obviously have a better chance against them.
how long ago were you stranded?
About 6 hours ago.
You're either the least lucky or the most lucky people I've ever met. Maybe both?
Some of us. Brutus didn't make it.
Yeah, it was really bad timing.
Well,
Mel will take down the note.
I think that just makes the rest of you luckier / unluckier.
You hear a murmur from the cleric, and the elf speaks up and says, "If you're taking notes, his name was actually Elliot. He was sort of embarrassed about it, but if it's important." And he kind of eyes your garb, Mel.
She will nod gratefully to him and say, "Thank you. If maybe I can talk to some of the crew, but I will be taking a record of those lost. Doesn't have to be now."
The older gentleman who's with them says, "You'll speak to me if you need those names."
I'll let you rest for a little bit, but I'll be getting those names. Thank you.
He nods.
Rations are gonna be tight, so probably 2 of you are gonna have to split mine.
A couple of them nod. The crew look beleaguered about it, but the remaining members of the Hand of Light are acquiescing.
Anybody else willing to go without?
I'll just hand each one of the 7 one of my rations.
All right.
Mel, as a cleric, are you able to, create food as needed?
Oh yeah, that is something I can do. Yes. I'll probably need a day for that, but yeah, I can provide.
Wait, you can just make food?
Correct. Why?
Just nothing.
Well, go on.
No, it's just like clarifying some fucked up things about my life before I learned how to shapeshift and steal. If there are people that can just make food that just exists, and that, you know what, I don't want to talk about it right now.
To be fair, it is
Mm-hmm.
like a good most people can't just do it, obviously.
Would you consider yourself like an apprentice / intro level cleric, or like?
Well, I go by Mel.
Mm-hmm.
And our order tends to have a tradition of subtracting letters from our name based on rank. My full name was Melixitha.
That's a nice name. But asking mainly because, like, at what level of being a cleric do they give you the one that makes food and water that people can eat and
Well,
drink?
Well, you kind of learn it. It's not permanent. It's only for, a short amount of time. So
Or
it's
the
not
time
like
that it's needed to be eaten?
Yes.
so Haza, it sounds to me like, as an individual that has gone hungry in the past, you find it a little shocking that there are people with the magic to just create food out of nothing.
It's not lost on me that this is a point in your ideological column. Yeah.
Well, you've read my mind. Here's a pamphlet on
Yeah, just give me the
on joining the Tower Breakers.
this is a pretty good in. I appreciate your pitch. This
Well-
isn't against you, Mel. To be clear, this isn't like a you thing. This is just a
I
No,
will,
yes, I
will
I
point
understand.
out, Haza, the pitch makes itself.
yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna go without food. I guess I don't have to go without food for a night.
No. I mean, if it makes you feel better, if it's some sort of recompense, would you feel better if I give you my ration?
No,
Since I'm going to create 45 pounds of food and 10 gallons
No,
of
that-
water upon waking.
no, my reaction there wasn't so much like a reaction to you as it was an echo of sort of just a feed forward kind of thing from childhood. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll prepare create food and water during this next long rest.
Sweet. No one goes hungry. God, that's so fucking funny.
It is also so funny that Hyacinth is the one to remind Mel. I'm like so happy.
Tyler's
Like-
a cleric main is the thing.
Yeah.
I was gonna do the same because I also made clerics. Just trying to figure out how Eeks would say it.
I feel like this is one of those spells that Mel learned and like it's just been sitting in her books, just untouched for the whole time.
Why
like
would I
she
need this?
she studied it. She like went over it. She got down to casting it and was like, "Cool. Next thing." How do I make people die better?
How do I make food but hurts?
Inks can probably answer that for
Anti-Goodberry.
you, given recent events.
I just gotta put my blood in it.
Ooh. Ugh.
Hazel's learned a lot about the world this week.
All right. Well, is there anything anyone else wishes to establish, do, or question in the remainder of your voyage?
Hey, Inks, you want to keep showing me how to bust open locks?
Sure.
Sick.
I will. I'll get the names from the crew member, and then I'll probably go ahead and find the Hand of Light and see if they're a little better to ask questions.
Yeah. So the gentleman who you spoke to, his name was Captain Roland Wainwright, captain of the vessel. Um, as he's talking you through the names of the crew that have been lost, it is noted that the cleric within the Hand of Light, Wayne, who goes by Wainwright, he's his nephew.
Ooh.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah. It's you can see the physical resemblance between the two of them. Not that that's super important. I was just trying to figure out the best way they could have gotten a boat, and I thought it would have been fun if they got one of their family members to take them along.
Hey
Nepotism.
uncle, you got a boat?
Yeah.
Let's trash it.
Yeah, it got wrecked. If you wish to speak with the three of them, though, they'll obviously still not super well, but are open to speaking with you.
Hey, long time no see.
Yes, outside of Luskin, south, right?
Yep, that was us.
Hmm.
Speaking of which, I hope you got everything sorted out with the authorities, because we're going to be docking in Luskin.
Oh, yes, we did. Thank you. And thank you, that's good to know. She looks to the others. That's a little ways behind. But the elf just sort of nods and shakes that off.
And you all are pursuing some sort of contract in Waterdeep?
Sort of. Yes, directly a contract, but it's also sort of obligatory. I believe when we spoke last, did we tell you why we were headed to Neverwinter?
Refresh my memory.
We had been given some information a few months ago about a creature leading a creature calling himself Conquest the Emperor, master of the Blight Force, has been traveling westward towards the coast now for some months, taking over small territories, little plots of land, small villages, and recruiting some militia, but mostly building strongholds. And we caught wind that there was likely going to be a hold or an attempt made in I don't know if you know of the place, but the Undermountain in Waterdeep. There's a city underneath,
Yes.
and we were hoping to potentially head off some forces before they reached that place. Um, Implement some guerrilla tactics, maybe speak to some smaller communities in the Underdark, maybe above the surface, before they arrived. But we seem to be at least several days behind our intended schedule.
Um, Mel will uh Mel will pull one of the little sending papers. I know that one of you might be able to cast sending to somebody important there, but if you have anybody that you'd like to write and get a message out to.
We don't know anyone in Skullport.
Well, I mean, you could always just send a message straight from to the top. You must know who runs the place.
The city?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, no.
Well, in any case, this conquest, are they related to any Fey entities?
Not that we've determined.
Do you happen to know any of their sort of goals so far? Or any connections to other organizations?
Some of the smaller places that we've spoken to that have already been passed through, it's not as if he's acting in a tyrannical fashion with any plan. It sounds. It just seems to be an upheaval of local regimes, feudal systems, and just instating really military presence. They're very strange. The soldiers never take their armor off. We've only fought one once, and it glows from the inside, but not like a construct, not like an animated object. There's something inside of it, but you can't take the armor off.
Even when it's defeated?
Mm-mm.
Would it be maybe like an automaton of some sort?
Maybe, but places in where we've seen them before, that sort of power's unheard of. And I mean, even within bigger cities, that's still highly unusual.
And I believe we met one, not a soldier of this conquest, but an automaton that was sentient. She kind of like searches for the word in her head and just kind of looks back to the tiefling. That's the best I could describe it as.
Like
Sort of similar.
a
Yeah,
thinking creature?
like a thinking creature automaton. Yes, correct.
The two of them exchange glances, and Alora says, that might be the sort of thing. Many of the soldiers they will not be interrogated, but they operate uniquely, not as if they are.
Constructs commanded by one.
Yes, obviously they appear to be following orders, but they make independent decisions.
Right. Yes. So that sounds congruent with what we met.
Yeah,
It was peaceful though. They were a bard of some sort, traveling around writing songs.
well, that
It
sounds a lot
was
more pleasant than the ones we have encountered.
Yeah, I imagine so. So, oh, wow, that's big. And I feel like I know the answer to this question, but you all don't know where they're sourcing these soldiers, do you?
They shake their head. We've been a little bit
Um,
preoccupied with defensive intentions, and as you can see, those have not paid off as well as we'd hope.
right. Well, I wouldn't recommend going there because last time we were there, it was a bit dangerous because of a doppelganger problem. But, in Holbeck, there is somebody who is sort of specialized in automatons. They don't make the sentient kind, but I don't know. He seems eclectic enough to have done research on the matter. If you ever had the time between sending messages and being on that defensive to check out. His name is Rafferty. He runs the, I suppose, what would you call that? It's not a factory, is it?
It is actually a factory. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a manufacturing facility for sure.
Right. Yeah, he runs the manufacturing facility down in Holbeck. He's an artificer.
Thank you. That's if that's something he can help us with. That's a huge helpful piece of information. Thank you.
Of course. And I would suggest bringing along, if you happen to find one of these soldiers, defeat it, bringing it along, or a piece of it at least, to be analyzed if you go that route. But of course, just looking out. Um, have you I feel like this might be a bit of a stretch since you all are preoccupied with this venture, but have you heard tell of any sort of mysterious figure in white, sort of owl motif, feathery, humanoid?
They both seem to consider, look at each other. That doesn't sound particularly outstanding.
Well, it seems that there might be a Fey organization from something or other that might be going after powerful artifacts. So if you have any in your possession, I would consider handling them with caution. Or at least
Thanks.
watching your back.
Yeah, thank you. We don't have a lot to offer to help you, other than the information we have about where we're going.
Well, I feel like maybe some correspondence upon findings might be good enough. I have to talk with some of my wards, I suppose they are. Clients doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
And I'll see what I can divulge further and what we might need as far as information might go, but just if you find anything interesting, getting back to us and maybe we can help each other.
Yeah. We can do that, right, Wayne? And she grabs the cleric's shoulder and shakes him a little bit. He seems to come out of a fog and look up and nod to you.
Is he okay? Other than being beaten up by the shipwreck that happened days ago.
I've checked him for um, any sort of, yes, arcane affliction. Haven't seen anything, but I mean, all kinds of things can um, memories can be edited without notice, or curses or whatever. But I don't think he fought anything besides the jewel, and I don't think that they did anything besides get him pretty good in the side here. He just kind
Well,
of mumbles, and you can hear the word tired.
well, since you're still up and running, I might have to come back here tomorrow and give you a lesser restoration. See if that does anything for him.
That's very sweet. That's something he could do, if he needed it. But we
He
won't.
is tired.
Yeah, probably.
And I only have paperwork to amuse myself with during this voyage, so might as well do some good.
You've already done more than we will ever be able to thank you for.
uh Cool. Mel will just sort of nod respectfully and start to leave. And right before she goes, she says, "Oh, another thing. If you continue to use magics that restore life, do please send correspondence to the A Temple of Yurgle. It's something we like to keep track of. I don't want to have to go hunting you down for some paperwork."
Sure. Yeah. I think that's fine, right? There's like s- a nod from the elf, and then a sluggish nod from the cleric.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you. And she'll leave.
All right. Did you want to get their names? Because I don't know if you've gotten all of their names yet.
I don't think. Yeah, I think we only got the cleric's name, but I would like to get the rest of their names.
Yeah, I'll put those in chat for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. The tiefling's name is Alora. The elf's name is Trias. And then Elliot has been killed, so he's not there anymore.
And the cleric is God.
The only name that he has gone by has been Wainwright.
Wainwright.
And she just called him Wayne in short. But that's pretty interpretively a last name, given that
Yes.
his uncle has the same name.
Oh my god, I didn't even see you put it in chat. I was just sketching those names out blind, and I got them all right. I'm so
Sick.
proud of myself, especially for Trias.
Yeah.
Also, good job, Wood Elf Trias.
Yeah, I know, it's fucking stupid.
That one's on his parent.
That one's he's
That
a young
one's-
guy. He's got time yet to pick out a better
Yeah.
name for himself later, if he lives that long. Odds are not in his favor, as it turns out.
Yeah, statistically.
Yeah, geez, these guys have been running into some bad luck. Damn.
Yeah.
We're meat grinders.
Better them than you, right?
For now.
All right. Do you bring that back to your friends?
Yeah. I will, at a time where we're grouped up,
Mhm.
just sort of go over some of the things that were said, mainly regarding conquest and the fact that they might be using sentient automatons in their army. And yeah, I also sort of whispered to Hyacinth, I thought to ask, since we are going to, or rather, I requested correspondence from them in case they found anything or needed help with anything, just to keep us in the loop, because this feels like it might be serious, this whole conquest business, as well as them operating in the Sword Coast, which is where all this stuff is seeming to happen. But I did not divulge the fact that we might be in need of a Fey crossing. I decided to let that be up to you whether you wanted them to know or not. Because perhaps it would be advantageous if we had another set of eyes looking for one, and if they found it, they would correspond with us and we would go and take that opportunity. But I did consider the fact that us doing it alone would just inherently be less attention drawn to our objective. So if you wish to be in the loop for that information, I would recommend you talking to them. But if not, I want to make it clear that I didn't divulge anything about your objective.
Understood. I think that measure of discretion is good. It's nice to have another, set of ears that are, that might be able to tell us if there's any, notions of drama, but being too specific about our, course. We did fight them the last time we met them. Not to say I don't think they are, trustworthy or ne'er-do-wells or anything, but probably best to keep as much of it as we can to ourselves.
Yes, that was my thought exactly. And it was less to do with their sort of trustworthiness and more to do with the fact that the more sort of people know, the easier it is to intercept information about us.
Mhm.
And so just leaving that to not be an option until I discussed it with you was something that I wanted to wait on. So good. Cool.
Yeah.
Glad we're on the same page with that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, automaton soldiers. Kind of like what's his name, but a whole lot less
Toledo?
friendly.
Toledo.
Yeah, Toledo.
Yeah. So they like what? Talk?
Well, they weren't really clear about communication, but they did say that these were definitely not constructs because they sort of acted within their own free will instead of being commanded by whoever built them. So much like Toledo.
Hmm.
Also, I'm sorry, I don't think I can keep quiet about this again. This is Violet speaking, to be clear.
Okay.
Is this a Valor villain arc? Did Valor get bored and turn into Conquest? Did he get a new frame
Theoretically.
and get cursed? Oh no.
You would only know if you pursued and found this one and investigated, but your characters
We don't
have
even know
no
that these
reason
exist.
to know that Valor exists.
Not our hustle.
Yep, that's not our hustle. That's why this is Violet.
We know about Toledo.
You
We
know
know
about
about Toledo.
Toledo.
Yeah, but that was it was sort of worrying. Apparently they're amassing like little militias from the towns that they're raising and things, and might be attacking Waterdeep soon. Again, not really our business, but something to keep an eye out for, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's good to know the news.
Yep. Even
I'm
if it
sorry,
is
wait.
killer
This
robots.
thing is moving. This army is moving towards Waterdeep from where? There's a lot of shit between Waterdeep and even Luskin, so
I feel like they mentioned that. Gosh. And now I'm blanking on where specifically they said they were. Well, where were they going? They were going somewhere when we first found them.
Yeah, they were headed to Neverwinter first.
I mean the army would, or the Hand of Light was going to Neverwinter. Where is this
Yeah.
army coming from?
When they had first spoken to you, I think they had made mention of something from the north. But they have very little information about where it is coming from. They've only seen the path that it is taken, not where it has come from. And they even said that whatever they have combated has yielded nothing in interrogation.
So yeah, they're pretty much blind on that issue. They've just kind of been following the path of destruction, I suppose.
right. That information is shared. There's very little you can honestly do about it now.
Mhm.
But you have it. Um, there is nothing dramatic or terrifying for you for the rest of your trip. The Mhm,
W- One night
mhm.
before I take my long rest, I'm going to both attune to the rapier, and then after attuning to the rapier, I'm going to cast Revivify into it.
Whoa.
Phew.
All right.
Sheesh.
Sick. Okay. Um, the night of the 7th, Ted. The lights of Luskan become visible. The familiar docks and the sounds of more familiar language are audible to you, and the vessel. I have her name. Where is she? The storm cutter draws into the northern harbor and reports its crew uh, back to headquarters for the Luxron Corps, and you all may disembark, having paid honestly quite a bit of money for your lift. And the Hand of Light is at this point willing to find their own accommodation, so they do not continue to burden all of you, and will depart unless you tell them to not do so and ask otherwise.
I will probably just exchange my name and be like, if you need anything, just send at me.
Okay. Yeah. The two of them who are verbal thank you and wish you luck and head off into the city. Where do you all go?
Suppose we should report back to Lauxius.
Yep.
It is nighttime, so
Suppose
He's
we
up.
should rest and then report back to Lauxius.
All right, to the corner, baby.
okay. Yeah, you can
I
head
love the
down this corner.
corner. The corner's
Yeah.
cozy.
It's grown on you.
I
Dallas
think it's always
corner.
been very charming to Mel.
There's certainly a growth there.
There does appear to be some patrons still out in the bar, as it is significantly an elven city. Um, most public spaces are not only open all night, but are open quite late. Um, so, if you'd like to take rooms, you can. I think it's what, 5 silver. There's room for you all if you choose. Haza, you have your key.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything anyone does for the night before resting, or you just all head out?
I mean, I am making sure to rest next to, under the tiny hut.
'Kay.
But no other specifications.
I'll definitely be putting a spiritual guardian in front of that tiny hut if it doesn't bother you too much. Just precaution.
I mean, it's no bother to me. I just, I mean, I wouldn't say that this is something you should feel you need to do every night or anything.
Well, I have this spell to do so, and I figured I might as well.
Well, it's much appreciated. I mean, anyone who would like to, rest in the hut is welcome to as well.
Everyone can take your long rest for whatever that may mean for you at this time, and you can take up in the next morning. I presume first the Vanguardians.
Seems so.
All right. With dawn and with perhaps more sun than you've seen in a little while in this area, um, less weather to be had and less wind. The the candles are turned on magically within the shop, and it does appear to be fairly early, and Lalexius is very much at work immediately with spectacles at the end of his nose, reading over uh, the map that you could recognize by its size, which he then covers with a plate of glass that turns opaque when you enter. But upon seeing you, he sort of loses that like caught in headlights gesture pretty quick, that tension, and he says, I suppose then that your arrival indicates success. I would hope so. I have received a message that at least the task was completed.
Yes.
And you've all taken your reward?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Congratulations. How was the job itself?
Mel just
Pretty-
kind of looks at the other party members.
Pretty rough, but better and worse than expected as far as outcomes go.
I see you all living. I presume this is still a current status and not a repaired status.
Yes.
Then by all means, I believe you have found incredible success. Congratulations. Are you all particularly still interested in this job? And he puts his hand, there's just the tips of his fingers upon the opaque glass. I understand it has some interest to at least one of you. But I will admit, the deeper it will continue to evolve, the more challenging and curious the requests on my behalf that will be made. If you need time to consider, you may have it. Until I have adequate hands, associates who feel up to task, it will unfortunately continue to be a pet project of my own. However, I foresee the next lead that I have in the directions east to the mountains being and desert perhaps being a little, well, I have the potential of losing my next connection if I wait too long.
So you
I
have strings you're pulling for this pet project of yours?
Mm. Establishing and fulfilling favors, more appropriately.
Are these favors as trustworthy as the favor that you were going to garner with gosh, what's his name? Lord Ardain Burkstaff?
Hmm. I would say at least they are closer to home. Lord Bergstaff was a hermit, at least, and eclectic at best. And I dare say that the next palm I'd like to grease is perhaps neither of those two things.
Is that for the better or worse?
Personally, I find it highly more favorable. I'd much rather deal with someone who has something to lose in the public eye than someone who has been in hiding for 50 years.
I suppose that's fair. Where would we be traveling?
Well, first, admittedly, to the
To the
captain's court. But, of course, if it is the case that any of you have qualms with any of the high captains, have any dispute with Bragendarf, then I should find other assistance, I think.
Mel looks to Oz.
Oz has nothing to say on the subject.
Guys?
Maybe some time to think about it
Sure, yeah.
before
Let's
we
go with
get
that.
knee deep in high politics. We're totally prepared and very well equipped for such a task, but maybe we think about it for a bit this time.
Has there been concern about how we have conducted business so far?
Not particularly. That was mostly I feel like we accepted the last one really quickly and it turned out well, but this one seems more like logistically complicated. Maybe less cuz we don't need to hire a boat. Well, any objections?
To waiting? None.
Yeah.
Give us like I don't know, a day, a night, a day, just
You've
sort
only
of
just returned. I don't
right.
expect you to have an answer immediately. It's still very early.
We got to go
This-
see Nick and Neck. It's kind of a tradition.
You know, if I understand, it might be more convenient for you to speak to them, see to them first. Aren't they just outside of the hotel you all collect at?
Well, usually we stop by here to get the money and then go to there. So that's kind of historically been our. This one is a little different, but
Also, this seemed more pressing.
yeah, also that.
Well, I appreciate the intended or the interpreted severity of our connection.
Oh, speaking of which, is there going to be any word from the person who commissioned this contract that we actually did successfully complete it.
As I've been told, you have. You've demonstrated as such, and neither of you look on the brink of death, so I assume you have appropriately handled and navigated the reward program she had instilled.
Right.
Inks looks down at the ground.
Well, we'll be back then. Do you have any more of those birds? The little paper birds?
I might have. And he looks behind the counter and pulls out 3 pieces of red.
What was the cost again?
I believe 5 gold apiece, I think is what we established.
Yeah, Hazel, hand over the 15 gold.
Alright.
These are incredibly useful.
Don't I know it?
Is the way you make them like proprietary or?
Yes.
I figured.
If that is all, there is more charting I have to be working on. Unless, of course, you have any contracts you wish to commission to Vanguardians and other members of my holding.
I mean, I guess there's an automaton army sweeping up a coast, so that might end up on your radar at some point.
I appreciate the information. Gives me a head start.
Yeah, I feel like that's a broad enough bit of information that it won't take too long to verify.
He nods. All right. That's it. And you can head over to Nick and Knack, who you see outside of the shop. Nicholas is standing with his arms out to either side. He is utterly draped in many pieces of armor, like layered one on top of another, and is like and is in one hand holding 2 swords, in the other hand a flail and a dagger poking between his fingers, and like a helm resting on top of him, and his companion is like placing more objects on and around him, um, until like you start to see like his feet wobble under the weight, and then they like start taking things off and setting it back off. You see like a lot of armaments specifically. Good morning. Good morning. It's good to see you all. Have you any intention of purchase this week?
Depends on what you have.
As it happens, we have unfortunately a great number of rather boring and less interesting. I'm just joking. Most of everything we have on display and for sale this week, however, is more in the less wondrous and more ornamental categories. Of course, if any of those do take interest, we have absolutely no problem selling to just about anyone. However, I know all of you have your specific tastes and favors. Generator did y'all a little unkind this week.
A little bit. I have a a half plate that's magic to trade in for something.
+3 dart, baby.
That's how that came up. Again, it's taunting me.
Maybe just make the investment.
Yeah, yeah. Let me just find 17,000 gold then for that one dart.
Listen, if you buy a +3 dart, unless you hurl it into the ocean, you will be able to retrieve the dart.
Yeah, because I haven't hurled darts in oceans yet.
Yeah, you
Never
know what?
happens.
It's fascinating. There's 2 dancing scimitars.
Yeah, so you can have more than one.
Just yeah.
Dual wield.
Look fucking kick ass.
Honestly, it is a pretty good look.
I'm trying to trade in my cast off half plate for a gilded flower worth at least 300 GP. So as far as trading in a half plate, that might be about right.
Let me check what we charged you for the enchantment on the one you had.
True. I
Oh,
can probably look that up.
Heza, if you're looking for a gilded flower, I am in possession of one. Just
What do you-
let me know.
What are you using it for?
I have it for to summon
Ah.
Fae.
Yeah.
But we can just coordinate which of us wishes to use it. If you would like to hang on to the flower, you're welcome to.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Do I owe you?
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
you're
like pay you like
is-
150, and well, here I'll give you 150, and we'll trade it back and forth, right? Whoever doesn't have the flower can have the 150.
That's very interesting. If I were in possession of 150 gold, I would give it immediately to Inks.
Right.
Also, I did find this. I did not purchase it, so
Okay.
I do not feel like I am losing out or anything.
Okay.
I do.
Well, I'll still sell you the breastplate, mainly because the person who made
You
it
don't need it anymore.
well, the selling it to you is because I feel like you'll appreciate it a little, maybe, and also because if I sell it to the person who made it, they'll kill me. So
You didn't die in it, did you?
no.
Right. And he
So-
like snaps his fingers for you to hand it to him.
Yeah, I like lug it off of my back where it's just been clank, clank, clank.
He inspects it, sniffs it, turns it upside down a few times, and shakes it pretty roughly.
I wouldn't sniff it that much. Like I don't remember the last time I gave it a sweep. It's probably not great.
You should
Probably
have sprung
smells
for
like
the cleaning enchantments.
ha 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 ha. Probably just smells like salt water, so just it's sweat, but mostly salt water.
We could take this off your hands for. He shakes it a few more times, listens to it after shaking it. 450 gold.
That'll do.
Nick will like pull back his trench coat and like from the little quarter dispensers from like on your belt, right? Drops a few coins into his hand and hands you 45 platinum.
Now, what do you have that's weird? Show us that weird stuff.
Unfortunately, at this time, we have had an influx of weaponry, and the weirdest thing that we have is these two matching scimitars.
Yeah, is there a story there? Because
Someone lost their arms, wanted to use them, didn't think that they were actually as cool as they thought they were. There is also this, and he produces the universal solvent, which has its own unique uses, could really get you out of a sticky situation. However, it ordinarily has its most miracle purpose in its sister compote, which, dear God, is such a hassle. We don't like making it. It causes problems.
I mean, I guess I might be persuaded to take that in case I ever do run into sovereign glue.
Listen, if you ever, and he leans in close, ever run into solvent glue,
Mhm.
run.
What if I'm stuck?
Then you're going to want this. And he puts the vial into your hands and then goes to like take coin from your other palm.
Just wait, hang on. I need it. Okay. I'll take the universal solvent.
How much can I sell these strings and pearls and abalone earrings that I stole off dead bodies for?
Oh,
What do we do? Wear them? That's dark.
where did you steal them from exactly?
I just found all the bodies of people underwater. I mean,
Uh-huh.
they were underwater treasures.
Yeah,
I'm looking at Nick and Nack at this point. That I found in the water.
perhaps from a place that did not want them to be taken from.
Perhaps,
Mhm.
but not a part of some cursed treasure hoard. So that's a plus.
You think?
They
Now
were
Doug's
on.
got the right of it, I'll be honest.
they
Doug
were
figured
on
out that
people.
one. We can give you the name of a jeweler who should give you a good deal.
Oh, perfect.
You'd be able to sell those for. What did I put it at? 325 for all of them.
I wasn't looking to RP that, but I'm glad we did. Got some money that I'm not gonna spend.
All right. Yeah, sorry, the generator did not turn up anything super cool this time. And I did give you guys a shitload of really weird shit last week, so I didn't
I'm
feel
really
bad about
upset.
doing anything fun.
I'm upset because the two things that interest me are either perks I already have or perks I will get.
Mm,
Oh.
valid concerns. Checking out the dancing sword again. What was that?
It's
As I
cool.
was kind of just digging through my bag to, take a look at this gilded flower, I did notice I have these two platinum rings. They are Mel. If you ever choose to cast Warding Bond, they could serve for that purpose. I don't know if that's something that you're interested in. Elsewise, I think I'd be willing to part with them. It's not a spell that I can make use of. I think possibly Oz, you might also be able to use these. Warding Bond is a cleric spell. It's an optional variant class paladin spell. Second level. So just
I think Adam might have currently yeah, BRB.
okay.
Wow.
So do we maybe want to buy the helmet that lets us understand all languages?
I have one
You
of
know.
those already.
Oh.
Also, I'm pretty sure we have magic that does that.
Also,
Yeah, so-
eventually I'll be able to do it.
What?
Eventually I'll be able to do it. It's
Okay.
one of the cool things I was interested in, but I was like, I'm just gonna get it later.
Oh my god, this blood curse that I have is so awful. It lets me talk to anyone ever.
It's amazing.
Sucks,
guys don't
sucks so bad.
You don't understand the struggles that I'm dealing with right now.
The story behind acquiring the Sword of Answering is fascinating.
Well, unless Mel or Oz want the warding bond rings, I think I will sell them. They are worth 50 gold apiece.
Yeah, you can cash those in if you want. If no one
Yeah,
you
can
wants
let
to
go
make
of
use of
those.
the excellent spell warding bond.
Yeah, I'll cash them in unless Adam comes back and wants them. Then yeah.
Wants what?
I have the platinum ring spell components for the spell warding bond.
Okay.
And I was going to sell them off unless that's something you or Mel were
sell those
interested
babies
in
off.
having. Okay. Sweet.
Thank you, though.
So yeah. Inks.
Hmm?
I will give you 100 gold.
Ah, all kinds of
Brings
money
my
today.
debt to 820 gold.
Let me just mark that in my notes. Otherwise, I'll be like, no, it's 920.
Yeah, I've been keeping just my sheets gold gold piece is at negative 820.
How have you been making sure you're buying rations and shit when you need them?
Well, now that our cleric knows she can create food,
Yeah, it's great.
we don't have to worry about.
All right. Any other business with your favorite shopkeepers? Any other business with Nick and Knack?
Oh, you're too mean to them. They are our favorite shopkeepers.
I know you
we have
never go
gone to
anywhere
any
else.
other shop.
Yeah. Which delights me because I don't love building 600 different kinds of shops. That's
Mhm.
stupid.
It is
Like,
pretty
we-
funny that we're constantly asking them for shit that's like not their specialty, and you're
Yeah.
always like, "I can send you to this person." We're like, "Yeah, let's hand wave that because I want to stay here with Nick and Knack."
Like, we could go to Big Lots, or we could go to Nick and Knack.
You
And
gotta
if Nick
support
and
local.
Knack want to run to Big Lots and then upcharge us a little bit, that's
Yeah.
on them.
You gotta support the local mom and pops.
They acquired a sword of
Pop and
answering,
pop,
which
thank
is
you.
Oh,
fucking
fair.
crazy. Like the sword of answering, like I can't not
Yeah.
fabricate a story for how the fuck they got a hold of that.
You know what's really stupid is I
It's
was
a
about to
coup.
say, you don't know how they identified, but like you're literally the only person who knows for sure.
Okay. If there's no other shopping business, I think we'll call our session there. You guys have plenty to think about and directions to head. I think I've got most shit ready for you, depending on where you go. So
Is it time to do a politic?
I say we create